Hello and what is up, everybody? We're going to wait a few minutes for everybody to kind of show up so that we can get in here. Man, $5 already from Mr. Bob LeBeau. Thank you, sir. Is it bad balls or bad marketing? Then there's a lack of knowledge from PSO and the customer. I think there's a lot of things that all kind of combine to cause the general misinformation, disinformation, the anger from the consumer, the kind of beating people over the heads with marketing from the ball company side, whatever else. I think that there's just a big kind of chasm between the companies, the bowlers, the industry, the content creators, whatever else. And I think everybody's just kind of mad about everything right now. And so the point of this video is kind of satire, but there's definitely, I'm not just getting on here to say, okay, put up or shut up, whatever. There's an actual point here. There's a point for everybody. And I think that we can all kind of, I had a conversation with somebody the other day about why bowling is so negative and why the space right now is just so negatively charged. And it's just like, well, I think a lot of people are used to being hit over the head with marketing, and they're so used to, one person says this and somebody else says this, and then they have all the staffers and the content creators to kind of deal with, and they just like, you know what, I just want somebody to tell me the truth so that I can buy the equipment that I need to play the game anyway and just go out and bowl. I don't want to have to dig through all this crap, all these 100 balls a year that get put out, and then everybody telling me it's a must-have in the bag, and it's a must-have and a staple in my bag and all this other crap. And then you've got 8 million YouTubers out there now that they're just going to say good things to keep their contracts. If they would send me bowling balls, they wouldn't like me very much, because I'd tell the truth and I'd tell people what was good and what was bad, so that they didn't waste their money and all this other stuff. So thanks, Bob, once again for the kind donation there. And I need to find a kind of a good overlay here to work with, because the point of this I also wanted this to be a live stream so that I can get feedback from you. If I just kind of made a video from my angle, because I've already made a few videos about this, why ball reviews suck and all this other stuff. So if I just made a video and pointed out, okay, I think that this one's not that great, or these other balls are all on the same level, and this one's the worst of this many, well, then it's just me making an opinion video. This way, if it's driven by bowlers and by everybody else, they can't just say, oh, okay, well, naturally you only found a couple bad balls because you got to throw a couple out. You got to, throw us a couple bones, but you're not going to say bad things because, you don't want to bite the hand that feeds and all that stuff. And so that's why we're doing a live stream, so that everybody has input. And because I think the point is going to be really well made, especially better than this, made better having everybody here and having everybody's feedback and input, rather than me just trying to make a video to make a point by myself. So let me try to get the chat window on here so I'm not hiding anything. That's not any better. That's definitely not better. That looks like the best. So hello, everyone. So let's go on ahead and get started. And what we have, I've actually got a Google Doc open, and we're going to list the bad balls. So, and then we'll get done. We'll have a recap. I'm not going to spend a million years on this, and I didn't put it on that tier ranking thing because that would have taken a zillion years. And I actually don't think I can put that many ball files on there. It would have been like 100. And so this is not a ranking video. This is a completely different thing. So what we first have to do when it comes to ranking good and bad bowling balls, whenever people rank bowling balls good or bad, that concerns me, number one, because when somebody will say, okay, should I buy, we're going to do motive first here. If they say, hey, should I get a Primal Rage Evolution or a Jackal Ghost? It's like, well, those are quite different bowling balls. Or especially Primal Rage Evo or a Sub-Zero Forge. Which one's better? It's like, well, that's like saying, is a 9-iron better than a 4-iron? It's like, well, it really depends on your situation. Now, if you're comparing a TaylorMade 9-iron to a Callaway 9-iron, then you have to look at all the different, tiers and whatever else of things that they have. Then you're at least closer to having something to work with. If you're saying, well, I'm trying to decide between um, the Sub-Zero Forge or the or the Raptor Rain. It's like, okay, there we have something to work with because they're both very strong, solid sanded symmetric balls. But then what is better is relative. If you're on really heavy oil and you want something chuggy, tanky, heavy rolling that's going to hook and then be controllable down lane, I think the Sub-Zero is better for that. But if you are still bowling on heavier oil, but the Sub-Zero is a little too, it's a little too lazy down lane, then something like the Raptor Rain is going to hook. Plus, it's going to punch. Plus, it's going to punch down lane. So, and in that certain scenario, then you have to make sure that people are using the right balls in the right situations. I would have people come into the pro shop all the time and say, okay, well, I need a stronger ball in my bag. And then they'd want to drill it differently. So they'd buy some, well, I need something, long and flippy, but then we'll drill it stronger because I don't want it to be too long and flippy. And then they get something earlier and smoother. It's like, well, drill it to go longer and be a little bit sharper because don't want it to be too long or too early and smooth. But then they'd end up with this just kind of homogenized bag of everything right in the middle. And they wanted a diverse arsenal, but they also wanted everything to be usable on their house shot whenever they felt like using it. So I equate this a lot to golf because if you go out and play a little par 3 course or something like that, you don't need to take your driver. And if you hit your driver 250 and you're teeing off on 150-yard par 3, and you hit that driver, it's like, well, that club sucks. It just hit the ball way too far. It's like, no, you're an idiot because you're using the wrong club in the wrong situation. With bowling, it's not quite as easy to line things up. And so that's why I think everybody kind of gets going the wrong direction. Plus, everything in this world today is marketing. You get beat over the head with marketing from here and marketing from there. And staffers are saying this and people are saying that. And everybody in the bowling world has a different opinion. And you just kind of automatically assume that company, well, they're just trying to sell equipment and they don't care what you buy as long as you buy it. And it's like, well, that happens from everywhere. Everybody else outside of bowling seems to know that you need to do your due diligence and you need to figure things out yourself so that you can dig through all the marketing so that you can, you can't trust any company out there because they're trying to sell their product. They're not trying, and if you don't try to sell your product or market yourself or whatever else, nobody's going to buy your stuff. You could legitimately have the best product out of something. You say, well, this is the best of whatever else. You could literally be telling the truth and just trying to say, if you really think you've got a good product, you're out there selling it. You could be telling the truth, but there's a lot of other companies out there that just put dog shit out there and say, oh, this is the best, because otherwise nobody's going to pay attention if they say it's the 4th best. So marketing is what it is. Staffing is what it is. And there's a lot of things. A lot of staffers will say dumb things because they don't. I'm sorry about the monologuing. We'll eventually get there, but I'm trying to set this up. But when it comes to staffers, for some reason, they all got it in their heads. It's like, oh my God, I've got to talk good about everything, or because I want to keep my contract. But then everything is the same. It's like, okay, well, if it's like 20 balls this year from whatever company, and if they're all must-haves and they're all a staple in your bag, do you walk into league with, making 2 or 3 trips, dragging in 20 bowling balls? I don't think so. So there is, I think, there are good points on both the consumer side and the company side. But we're going to go on ahead and get into this. So that's kind of my setup. There's a lot of things going on and we'll talk more about it throughout the whole thing, but just to prove a point. So this is everybody is okay. Well, if I had my own ball review channel, I'd tell the truth, and so we're going to tell the truth here. We're going to go through every company's. So we're going to start with Motive, and then I'm going to go to Swag. So we'll do the two smaller companies first, then we'll get into the bigger companies. But there's a whole lot of marketing stuff in here too, and I can say from experience that if I just make kind of more standard, well, everybody's, I hate the clickbait. And like Kurt says here, I hate when they say ball of the year, but if you don't put ball of the year in your title, nobody clicks on the video. I tried to make attractive thumbnails and clever titles, but if I don't put like these outlandish titles on things, or, like some of the stuff when I try to be clickbaity to prove my point or say the truth about ball reviews or whatever else, well, naturally everybody's going to click on that. But if I just say, oh, this ball is really strong, or, clean controllable pearl, nobody's going to click on that video. I've got to be sensationalist to get anybody's attention. I think it's only when people figure out that they got a raw deal. If somebody says this is the best pizza that you've ever had, and you walk in and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to find out about this, and you walk in and it is the best pizza you've ever had, you're ecstatic. It's like, oh, damn, they actually delivered for a change. This is cool. So, and so people only seem to think that only the ball reviewers are only being honest when they say that they hate something. Like no good balls ever get made, and they're never going to love something. Because if they say, oh, I hate this ball, like Hutch from the Hype put out, he doesn't like the Infinity Quest. And he says, I think his title was even, I hate this ball, or something just like that. But the next time it's like, okay, oh, I'm glad you're being honest with me. And then the very next time to say, oh my God, this ball's amazing. Oh, well, look, yeah, somebody must have set him straight. We're back to hyping bowling balls up. So, all right, so let's start at the top here. We are going to start with the Jackal Onyx, because I rambled on long enough. So we're going to start with the Jackal Onyx. How does everybody feel about the Jackal Onyx? It's a very strong ball. It's kind of archy and continuous. I've liked mine a lot, so I'm inclined to say this is I'm a ball reviewer, so I'm going to say all these are good, right? I really do like this one. I think it's really versatile for a heavier oil ball. Yeah, Bowling Fool, that's a good point. Say this ball doesn't work for my style. You have to be very careful about it too, because if I say, yeah, I don't really like this one, or something like a hammer effect, which I've said multiple times that I can't stand that ball, but it sucks for me lefty. But I knew that ball was going to be good for people. I knew it was going to be popular. And so if I just say, yeah, I don't really like this ball sucks, and everybody says, oh, no, Luke said the ball sucks, so I'm definitely not buying that ball. But what if it would have been good for them? So you have to be careful when somebody says, oh yeah, this ball's bad, I don't think you should get this. You might be talking somebody out of something that would be really good for them. So you have to be careful about what you say, and how you say it. So yeah, so we're talking about Jackal Onyx. I have not thrown the purple tank. I would like to throw the purple tank. Jackal Onyx is great if you have the oil for it. I love mine. It's strong and has some downlane motion. It needs oil though, absolutely. Onyx workhorse ASIM. I haven't heard one negative. Jackal Onyx in League. I'm inclined to agree. I think that I really do like the Onyx. I think it is I have been able to use it in League. I was kind of, when they sent it to me to begin with, I thought, well, and like, yeah, I'm interested. I really would like to try this one out. And I got it, and I'm like, well, I like it. I'm never going to be able to throw it. But I actually did throw it a lot in League. James was really surprised that it looked as good as it did. And it really does well on heavy oil. Plus, you can move around with it a little bit. So, yeah, I think the Jackal Onyx is absolutely in the good category. So let's move down the line here. Otherwise, this is going to take a million years, and I know that we have college football to watch. So let's move on down the line. If anybody wants to disagree, whatever, we can. And again, the chat is on the screen. All y'all can, who you're watching, if you're watching this later, if you don't get to watch the live stream, you can pause and look at the comments. So everybody's getting their own input. So Jackal Onyx is in the good category. Raptor Rain, I know it's fairly new. but I haven't seen a negative thing about this either. Angel really likes it. It's kind of in phase 2-ish territory because it's strong and it's got that kind of archy shape to it. It's got a little bit of pop to it, so you can use it in several different situations. I think this is one that can go back and forth between sport bowling, league bowling, whatever else. Yeah, Dustin, that's a good, phase 2 Pearl's gotten a lot of hype, and it's kind of overshadowing the Viking right now too. So, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm doing SPI last, or if I know I'm doing Motive first, and then I'm doing Swag next, and then we'll figure out the bigger brands. We'll see which direction people want to go. I don't think the Onyx is as versatile as the Jackal Ghost. But when you're on heavy oil and you do need to move around, it will reach down to league and stuff like that. Yeah, Swift Cookies, that's a great point. Raptor Rain's a big venom shock. It's just a strong venom shock. That's the easiest way to describe it by a long shot. So, hey, Kenny.
Hey, Kenny. You guys.
So yeah, Raptor Rain, I think it's a great ball. I think it'll be, and again, it hasn't been out for long, so we still need to see it in the wild. But I think it's good. It's a stronger shock. It's kind of phase 2-ish. It's just that one's kind of a can't miss. I'm doing all the B7 brands, and so we're gonna go through them. I've seen a lot of them too. And because I have a lot of the times I do the reviews and I write the stuff. I obviously talk to the bowlers, but whenever I have Angel throw a ball, or Zach throw a ball, or Tobias throw a ball, or somebody else, I still write the reviews. So I don't need to throw a ball myself. I see plenty of them. I watch a bunch of different reviews to kind of get a feel for what everybody else is thinking about them too. And I talk to Hutch every once in a while. I talk to some other people, about how they feel about certain things. So I will be doing all the B7 brands. And that's the other point of having this be a live stream, so that everybody gets input. It's not just me deciding, oh, these are great, and then trying to talk everybody into agreeing with me. You guys need to say what you want to say. And again, it's all on the screen. I put it up on the screen. This is a live stream. It's not getting edited later. So if you don't like a ball or you think it sucks, say that in the chat. That's why the chat's on the screen. It's a live stream, nowhere to hide. So I think the Raptor Rain's great. I think a lot of people are going to like it. I think that a lot of people have liked it. So me personally, you can put your own stuff in there. I like the Onyx, like the Raptor Rain, think that they're both great. Jackal, man, I got a million bottles because I already did a video earlier today, and my voice is going to run out here. But Jackal Ghost, we know about this one. We don't even have to talk about this one. It wouldn't still be here if it sucked. So, I mean, sorry. Jackal, if you don't, this is one of those things, and I think that this is one of those things where some people, like Jeff Riggles, that does the 11thframe.com, he doesn't like the IQ Tour and the High Road. Obviously, those are good balls. So there's going to be a lot of stuff here where you personally are not going to match up with them, but they're going to be generally favorable reactions to stuff. So you might say, it's like, yeah, I really didn't like the Ghost. Everybody's going to argue with you and say, though, yeah, but that's one of those, you may not have liked it, but you can't say it's a bad ball. So that's the other trick there too. Just because you don't like something or you didn't match up with it doesn't mean it's a bad ball. Right back to me in the Effect. Hammer Effect is one of the worst balls I've thrown in years, but everybody else would, I think the vast majority of people out there would disagree with me. It was very popular. A lot of people love that ball. And so even though it sucks for me and I hated it, I can't put that into a review. I can't. Not because I'm biting the hand that feeds or whatever else, but because, you shouldn't do that. I'm reviewing something. I'm just telling people what it does, what it is, what it isn't, who it'd be good for, what kind of conditions it should be good on. I should just describe the ball reaction and let you decide whether that's something that you like or want or whatever else. So, Jackal Ghost, moving on. Crimson Jackal. I haven't seen a whole lot of these. I haven't heard a lot of stuff. How long has this ball been out for? Almost 2 years now. So I would have to say Crimson Jackal's I think I have seen it a little bit. It looks like just a pearl ghost. Like it's a little cleaner and sharper, but it's the same rounder shape. I would be inclined. I can't say that this is a bad ball. And again, what's the and I never really got into this start. What is the definition of a bad ball? What is, so if we're going to say, okay, good ball, bad ball, we need to quantify what makes a good ball good and a bad ball bad. Just because something is mega versatile doesn't mean that it's necessarily good at doing anything. Well, I could throw it on a bunch of different conditions. Well, yeah, but how do you bowl with it? Well, average. Okay, does that make it a good ball just because you can throw it on a bunch of stuff? Or do you have something like a Jackal Onyx, or a Sub-Zero Forge, which we're going to talk about next, which is more niche? Does that make it a bad ball because you just can't throw it on everything, or you can't take it out to your house shot and just throw it whenever you want to throw it? So again, Crimson Jackal, I would be inclined to say it's good. Could you really say it's bad? I don't think so. It's been out for 2 years. Stuff doesn't live this long anymore. I think Motive stuff lives a little bit longer because they're the single brand and they have, they can't really discontinue a ball in, 6 to 10 months like you see with SPI and B7 every once in a while, because they just don't have that many balls in the catalog. But, if something's not selling, there's no reason to keep it in the catalog. So I think that we're 4 for 4 right here, honestly. So Sub-Zero Forge, I think this one is really good for what it is and for what it does. Angel still uses hers a lot. But it's not going to be a daily driver for everybody in League. So I think that there's a lot of people that would buy this. It's like, gosh, it's really slow and smooth and kind of pukey, but it's a heavy oil ball. And they've got their ball chart. Motive's ball chart is very good. It's a strong ball. It's also very smooth. And so it's not something to where your up 10 dumper is going to take it out and just throw pins all over the place with it. I think this is better on sport type conditions or when they're tough. You got heavier oil, but I think the Sub-Zero is great. Yeah, the definition of bad ball is quite simple. Is it the X cell? That's hilarious. Yeah, so yeah, Sub-Zero is a two-hander cheat code, and that's another thing. Is I think that there's, especially with the higher the rev rates getting up to where they're at, I think that something like this is, they can just dump on it and it hooks early and then it just kind of walks into the pocket. So yeah, I don't use my Sub-Zero very often. I'm debating on taking it to League here in McPherson though. Two-hander cheat code. Yeah, and that's another thing, that the E-Jackal is not on here, but everybody liked. I haven't heard a single bad word about the E-Jackal. Sub-Zero Forge. Angel uses hers a lot. It's great for when you need something to hook, but then just kind of control your angles. So so while I don't think it's everybody's cup of tea on a league shot, can you, if you were doing your own review for any of this stuff, could you just say, this is Sub-Zero 4, it's just a bad ball, I wouldn't recommend it? I don't think you can. Now, can you turn around and say, oh my God, this is the best, this is a must have, and this is a staple in my bag? I don't think you can say that either, because it's not going to be everybody's thing on league type conditions, because it's kind of early and smooth. But if you use it, if you use a 7-iron when you should use a 7-iron, it's probably going to be pretty good. The problem, I would say that, my definition of bad would be like Zen Master. Because, and everybody knows how I feel about the Zen Master, I actually got in trouble for that. Well, I didn't get in trouble from the company. Some other butthurt staffer called me out in the staff group in front of 1,300 other people. But Zen Master, at the time when the Zen Master came out, they had Phase 2, Axiom, and they just put the Idle Helios out. The Zen Master was in the same level range, but it did not do anything any better than any of the other balls that they had in the lineup. There were plenty of people that I saw that actually like the Zen. There are people I still see throwing the Zen Master that really like it, that think it's a great ball, but it did everything categorically worse than the Phase 2, than the Axiom, And while the Idle Helios was kind of a whatever, it was really hit and miss for some people, there was nothing that the Zen Master did that was comparable or better than anything else on its level. That's how I would define a bad ball. It's not even, and because it was good for some people, can you even say it's actually objectively a bad ball? Or is it just kind of redundant and pointless? So, oh yeah, Crimson Jackal did get recently discontinued. Thanks for that, CLT. Yes. Good point. I did remember seeing something about that. So yeah, the Crimson Jackal did just get discontinued. I forgot about that. Thanks. So anyway, monologuing aside, moving on. We're 30 minutes in and we've done 5 balls. This is definitely a Luke stream. So let's kind of pick this up. Evoke Hysteria, it came out and it won all kinds of tournaments and it's all over the place. I think it's a lot of people's ball of the year. So the Evoke Hysteria should be around for a while. It should see some Venom Shot, kind of Jackal Ghost longevity, because it's just, again, it's very usable. It's very versatile. It plays on tougher conditions, easier conditions. It's kind of centered really well. So pretty much most different types of bowlers can use the Hysteria. So I mean, anybody, and I would say that anybody in this chat, if somebody told you, oh no, the Evoke Hysteria, they're lying to us about that when that ball's crap, I think that you would call them out on that. And I think, again, if you find a reviewer that's trying to be a hipster that just, is throwing people a bone every once in a while and say, well, I got to dog this one just so people believe I'm honest, they're not going to believe you on this one, because everybody knows how good the Hysteria is. It's been all over TV. It won PBA tournaments and whatever else, all kinds of PBA tournaments. Everybody, I mean, not everybody likes this ball. It was kind of iffy for me, lefty. I thought it was a good ball, but it just, the shape doesn't really fit for me. So I unfortunately didn't get as much use out of it as I'd have liked, but the Hysteria is a winner, point blank. There's no other way you can say. Steel Forge. This one I'm on the fence on this one because it seems like Angel liked it. It looked good for her, but she prefers the Sub-Zero with Lane Shine because they react very similarly. You've got a very early chuggy, heavy rolling core, and then you've got a cover that wants to be really clean and sharp, and it feels like they can fight each other at a certain point. But it is kind of a sexy ball, and this is another thing: is looking at Motive stuff. They don't miss on the optics. Like this is a sharp screen, y'all. So all these companies are favoring high rev throwers. Someone with low speed and low revs gets difficult to match up to some certain degree. We can talk about that. Steel Forge, if somebody were to argue, it's like, oh, okay, so looking at this whole screen, you'd say that the Steel Forge is the kind of in the middle on. I could let that one pass. I don't know that I can, again, can I put it down as a bad ball? I don't think so. But I can see a lot better matchups for people on this screen. If you want something like the Steel Forge, I would probably recommend just get a Crimson Jackal or a Hysteria instead. I think it's cool, but I think sometimes that strong chunky cover or that strong chunky core versus that super clean and sharp cover, sometimes they don't line up. So Bigfoot. So that one I'm on the fence on. I generally like the reaction, but I can understand when somebody, just like the Sub-Zero, if somebody said, yeah, I really don't like the Sub-Zero, it's like, okay, it's more of a niche ball. I think that the Steel is still kind of more of a niche ball. But yeah, this is Matthew, this is a live stream. So as soon as we get done here, it's just going to go live and stay live. So yeah, this is not going anywhere. So you don't have to, if you got somewhere to be, don't worry about it. You can come back and pick up where you were at. Anyway, moving on. Primal Ghost. This is if you took the a lot of the time this doesn't work out. When you take a core from one ball and a cover from another ball and you put them together, this ball feels exactly like what you think it would feel like. It's a Jackal Ghost rolling ball and a Primal Rage rolling ball at the same time that feels like a combination of the two. So it's not as long and flippy as the Evo, but it's not earlier and smoother like the Ghost, but it rolls like both of them. So Primal Ghost, I think, is great. Yeah, Swift Cookies. Primal Ghost is my ball of the year. Yep. Heck yeah. Primal Ghost is, I think we can move on. Yeah, Daniel, I don't think anybody's going to disagree here. I feel fairly confident just saying Primal Ghost is good. We can move on. Primal Rage Evo, it's the third edition because they had the Primal Rage, the original Primal Rage, and then they had the Primal Rage SE or whatever a couple years later. Now we have the Primal Rage Evo. They all kind of roll the same, which is fine by me. I've got one on the plug table right now. Angel didn't end up really liking it herself. She had other stuff that she kind of throws in that. She's got a bunch of old honey badgers. She got a teal badger and some other stuff. And typically when she wants that kind of a ball, she ends up throwing one of the badgers. And so this one wasn't bad for her. It just wasn't anywhere near as good as the rest. It tended to be a little too clean for her. It would just kind of pick up too late. So I'm getting it. But Primal Rage Evo, I think it's pretty solid. I don't. Can anybody honestly, or would you let somebody get by with putting this in the bad column category? I don't think so. They've made the ball 3 times now, so I mean, it kind of is what it is. The Nebula is still fairly new, but I'm not going to let anybody slander this ball. This is my. Do I have like a golden coin or golden token or like the golden buzzer? We're just going to golden buzzer the Nebula and move on and forget about it, because I know it's very new. It hasn't really gotten quite out in the wild yet. I don't even think it's released yet. Yeah. We're still 2 weeks away from release. So I'm just going to tell everybody this ball is good. Just move on. Staffer hype, golden buzzer, whatever. Nebula gets the golden buzzer of everything on this page. The Nebula gets the golden buzzer. So yeah, Rage Evo situational for me, can definitely be too clean and not quick enough on sport. Decent success on THS. It's not bad. It's just outclassed now. I'm a big Primal Rage Evo fan. I want that Nebula bad. Yeah, I've got the Evo. I think this is going to be. I think I'm going to have to bowl Tulsa right-handed here in a couple weeks coming up, and I think that the Evo is going to be an amazing Tulsa ball. I think it's going to be ridiculous because it's just dirt in the fronts and then it's really slow down lane. And so this ball is going to get through the fronts and it's just going to roll. And it's just going to roll and it's going to roll and whatever else. I think you get one golden buzzer per brand for this stream. I agree with that. Yeah, the Nebulas, it's just, trust me on this one. You'll find out. The Nebula is the truth. Lethal Venom. I think that this can kind of be in the same category as the Sub-Zero, where it's going to be a little bit more niche. It's I think probably the earliest and the slowest of kind of the Tour sims out there right now. I think it reacts. The shape is kind of similar to the Hammer Effect Tour, but the Hammer Effect Tour is a lot cleaner and sharper. The Lethal is kind of like a longer and faster Sub-Zero. They do shape. They kind of have that tumbly, archy climbing shape, but it's definitely got a little bit more. It's a little bit longer and sharper. It gives you more shape at least than the Sub-Zero. Lethal Venom's basically my Sport Pattern 1 ball. Moto's been putting out bangers all year. I believe because of their prices, people to go to the other brands to get something close to what the Motive has to. Maya's the worst ball of them all is the Motive Jackal Ambush. The Ambush, I think you could make an argument there. It was okay, but when people think Jackal, the Ambush was a little bit of a miss. So Lethal Venom, I still think does B7 B7 gets 7 golden buzzers, 1 per brand. I might need some of them, or for some of the brands, I might need those golden buzzers. But yeah, love the Lethal on House and Sport. I think the Lethal is it's not a daily driver for everybody in league, but I think if you take it for what it is, it's a good ball. You can't just take it and throw it out there on anything. But you can't. I don't think you can call it a bad ball. And I can read the chat. Black Venom. I think I really want one of these. The Black Venom, I think, it's been around for a while now. Yeah, almost 3 years now. It'll be 3 years in March. So I don't think that we can slander the Black Venom either. I think it's kind of, and again, the Nebula I haven't had a Black Venom, but looking at the Nebula, it reminds me of a cleaner and sharper Black Venom. It's got more boom down lane, but it's got that same kind of rounder, archy, continuous motion to it. So if you like the Black Venom and you thought, gosh, I would just like a sharper version of that or a faster version I can move further left with, then buy the Nebula. So yeah, Duramax is crazy good for surface retention. It actually is. I was very surprised, and I gave it the business when I was doing the Evoke and then some of the other Duramax balls. The Shadow Tank held surface really well. The Evoke held surface really well. Duramax is legit. Lethal Venom is pretty niche, much better on short patterns as a control ball. I don't disagree with that. Real quick, change from lefty to righty. I actually just filmed that before I started the stream, so I'm going to be working on that video. I might put it out later today if I get it done. Anyway, we got a lot of stuff to get through, so I need to get moving here. Venom Shock, I'm moving on. We don't need to talk about that ball. If you don't like that ball, it's situational and or you're a hipster. Hypervenom. I don't like the Hypervenom. It was bad for me. I said as much in the review. It was just over under. And I said that, and we can even pull up. I can pull up the frickin' my reviews because I have all my reviews saved, my written reviews, and I can put it on the screen if you want to see it. But if you go back, it was kind of over under at a box. And then somehow when I put surface on it, it got more over under. I have never, ever seen that before. So the Hypervenom was a big miss for me, but Angel loves it. It's just one of the best bowler matchups I've ever seen for Angel. And so this is one that if somebody said, okay, yeah, Motive needs to have a bad ball so we can put that on the bad list, I'm completely content with putting that on the bad list. But so, I mean, and there's going to be some bad balls. I mean, there's going to be some where it's like, yeah, there's just other stuff where if I wanted something like what the Hypervenom does, I would just either drill a Black Venom or a Nebula because you're going to get kind of the effect of that. But I think that the Hyper was kind of in the same realm as the Steel. I just think the Steel having more differential gets away with it a little bit more. But the Hypervenom, it's got a really early chunky core and a cover that wants to be clean and flippy, and they don't work well together sometimes. For Hypervenom was just a worse shiny Venom Shock. Hypervenom, Fatal Venom are the same shape. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the Fatal either. So are we okay putting our first ball on the bad list? Because I've got my naughty and nice list here ready to go. Motive's up first. So are we okay putting the Hypervenom on the bad list? The naughty list? I'm going to put it there, and we'll see at the end. Hypervenom. Tisk. It's one of the best looking balls on the chart, though. Super clutch. Angel didn't end up getting a whole lot of. She liked it, but she just had other stuff she wanted to throw over this. So I don't know if they've made a good Pearl Venom with the OG Gear Core Venom Shock Pearl. Yeah, Venom Shock Pearl. But yeah, the Hypervenom's niche. The Fatal Venom was I think we could put that one in the bad. So yeah, we're okay putting the Hyper on the naughty list. Super clutch. I haven't seen a whole lot of these. I think it's average. Like it looks sharp. It looks really good for Angel. She just has, again, when ball's in this range, she has other stuff that she'd rather throw. So she likes it, but she just, I'd rather. And the other stuff, when we get balls for review, we also do have our own stuff that we, have collected kind of over the years that we really like to drill. But when we keep getting all this review stuff, I can't justify going downstairs and drilling an extra ball when we already have all this great stuff that we get to throw all the time. So super clutch. I'm on the. I think it's a good ball, but I haven't seen enough of them. I don't see anybody throwing them, and I think that everybody's just kind of meh on it. And the Supras, historically have been kind of hit and miss. There's been some good ones, some bad ones. Too quick. Super's trash is too quick when it hits the dry and just sniffs oil. It skids. Angel did have to. We did. Well, it actually looked better in the. I forgot. We didn't surface that one right up because it's like, well, nobody's going to buy a super clutch to take it to 1,000 grit, so we have to show this one shiny in the review. Yeah, the panic wasn't good either. Put one in the pink. Super clutch is good, but ultimate wrecker is just as good and cheaper. That's a good point because it does actually react a lot like the ultimate wrecker, and the wrecker is a lot cheaper. So yeah. So yeah, super clutch and ultimate wrecker look like basically the same ball. I would have to say the ultimate wrecker is good though. So I can't really call a ball bad because it's just too expensive. But again, like I was saying with the Zen Master, it was bad for me. I think it was decent for a lot of other people, but it just did not compare. But it also was kind of bad too. I think the super clutch. Do we want to just put it's another ball that's going to get overshadowed? So do we want to go ahead and put this one on the list too? We'll just put the clutch because it seems like everybody's kind of on the fence. Nobody's really coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, this is amazing. Don't you slander my Supra." So it just sake of transparency here. Let's just put it on the list. We'll come back to it. And we'll kind of do a recap at the end. Yeah, I don't see anyone throw the ultimate wrecker either. I think it's good though. So yeah, Shadow Tank. Shadow Tank's amazing. Matthew, your comment back up here. The Shadow's not a league ball. It's just not. The Shadow is a heavier rolling, maybe slightly faster, slightly stronger black hammer. So Shadow Tank is definitely not a league ball whatsoever, but I think it's really good. So I think I'm just going to move on. The Ascends, and again, the Shadow Tank hasn't been out that long, and there hasn't been we haven't had nationals with the Shadow Tank and whatever else, but it's so close. Yeah, the Shadow Tank has replaced the Purple Hammer for me. The Shadow is such in the realm of the purple and the black. It's kind of right there in that mix that it just, you have to use it when you use urethane, when you would use urethane, but it's great. I think we just need to move on. The Ascends are kind of, I don't know that we're going to rate kind of like Rhino. The rating the Ascends is kind of like tropical surges or something. So I think we're just going to skip the Ascends. The Thrills, we just kind of look at all of them. I have only thrown the hybrid. I've seen a lot of the solid. I haven't seen as much of the Pearl, but I think the Max Thrills are all pretty good. I mean, EJ's even thrown them a lot. I mean, the most I've seen them thrown is by EJ on TV. So I don't. Motive has a list of ball. They don't have like Duramax. This ball has Duramax, or these balls all have Duramax. You kind of got to find that on the individual ball pages, but they don't have a whole lot of them. With I think the Onyx, the Sub-Zero, the Lethal, and the Shadow all have Duramax. I don't know. The shiny stuff, I don't think is going to have it. There's not really any point because Duramax just slows down shining, and the shiny stuff is already shiny. So there's not a whole lot of point there. Max Thrill Hybrid's good. Nothing negative to say. I think all the thrills are great. They're very good, and the thrills are actually competitively priced too. So I don't. Yeah, they're above the hustles when it comes to that lower performance area. I barely seen the solids, seen a lot of the hybrids and pearls. I think we're all in agreement. The Max Thrills are great, especially for the price point, the performance for their price, whatever else. So I think we can move on to our next brand here. So Motive, quick recap. We put the Hyper Venom and the Super Clutch on the naughty list, but Motive's making good stuff. They've got a really solid brand, and even these, I can say, yeah, they don't quite hit the bar. I can't say they're terrible, but I can say, yeah, you can out of whatever, if you want this one would probably, if you want a hypervenom type of ball, buy a black venom or a nebula, you're going to be in better shape. If you want a super type of reaction, just buy the nebula, you're going to be in better shape. It's close, they're close enough. So yeah, let's move on to swag. This is going to be an interesting one. Swag bowling. Yeah, swiggity swag. Yeah. Balls. Let's just go to balls. The Judge Pearl, just right off the bat, that wins ugliest ball of the year. No cap. It's sorry. I like the Judge Pearl quite a bit, but it does not look good. So this is a good thing to talk about. When do you think the consumer will actually stand up against the ball companies about them releasing the same ball tech rebranded with a color change? There's interesting things here, because as it turns out, people don't really want different. They don't really want new. They want fresh. Just like if they make something new and different, then people don't buy it. But as soon as they announce the phase 2 Pearl that literally nobody has asked for 5 or 6 years now, and we've had 4 other phase Pearls, but just they're like, okay, well, this one looks like it doesn't even have the same cover. It just we're going to make it look like the phase 2, and we're going to call it the phase 2 Pearl, and everybody will buy them like hotcakes. So, and I also have another video coming. Ball tech doesn't really have anywhere else. Like, if you envision, it's like, well, I want ball technology to progress. Okay, where does ball tech go from here? What can you, because everybody's like, well, I don't want it to hook more because I already can't control the big hook and stuff now. So it's like, okay, well, we don't want technology to progress in the hook direction. Quickness. Can you get balls faster than Nebula or a Black Widow Mania or stuff like that? And the Black Widow Mania is one that I really, really like, but I think that people are on the fence because, like, well, it's just too flippy. Well, you have to make stuff kind of allergic to oil and really responsive on dry to create that flip. And it's like, well, it's kind of inconsistent. It's like, okay, well, then we don't want stuff any cleaner and flippier. So where can we go? Where does ball technology have anywhere to go? Because at some certain point, you're still dealing with physics. I don't think people understand. It's like, well, it should be both really smooth off the dry, but it should hook in the oil, but it should also be really responsive, and it should do this and that. And whether it's like those two things that's like saying that you want something both longer and shorter at the same time. It's either longer or it's shorter. It's bigger or it's smaller. I mean, you can't have one ball that just magically hooks a ton in the oil on 30 mils, but you can also throw it on 35 feet and 20 mils. It doesn't work that way. That's why we have several different golf clubs. It's going to be, again, like Stabby said, it's going to be more make stuff last longer. Motive already does that. Motive stuff lasts forever. Motive stuff is the most durable out there by a long shot. And then you have stuff like Duramax that makes helps you retain the surface better. But if you put something in there, yeah, Petey, you do have points. You do have points. We're going to get there. But it's going to be more in the form of nips and tucks. You're going to see more stuff that is, I think, more versatile. So something like a Jackal Onyx, that's a heavy oil ball, but it's more versatile than most heavy oil balls. You see something like the new No Rule, or I keep wanting to call it the No Rules or the No Mercy, the Zero Mercy Solid is the sharpest, most board covering heavy oil ball that's going to hook in the sludge ball that I've ever thrown. But how often are you going to be able to use that? When you get on typical heavy oil, you don't want something turning sideways. When you're on heavy oil, you want something that hooks, but then is very stable and controllable. You don't want boomerang. So it's really sexy. I just want to see when people are actually going to be able to use it. Course shapes don't have anywhere to go. Cover stocks still feel like there's room to improve, but you're still locked. You're still going to have several different balls, and people also like variety too. I think this is something I was talking to somebody else with the other day. I think Motive has such a big foothold because they feel like an older school company where people that were fans of that brand bought everything. So I used to have in the pro shop, I'd have a guy that bought every hammer ball. I'd have other people that bought every storm ball, that bought every whatever. And back when bowling balls came out one every month or two, everybody could kind of afford to, but now it's tougher to afford things, and everybody's putting out all this stuff constantly. And I think people see a lot of, it's like, oh, I want that one, but I can't get it. I want that one, but I can't get it. And I want that one. But it's kind of like, shoot, you walk into an Under Armour store, you could see 10 different pairs of shoes you want. At some certain point, you have things for variety. And at the same time, the High Road's been in production for like 16, 17 years now because it's just a good, solid league ball. League conditions haven't really changed. They're still and lane surfaces are getting older and whatever else. And so there is still some reactive balls have gotten to the point where we've been throwing reactive balls for almost 40 years now. And so reactive balls have evolved to the point that they figured out what works, what doesn't work. And there's still some mainstays that people want. So if you have, what's up, Hunter? So when you have stuff like, we're going to be down in Tulsa here in 2 weeks. But now bowling ball costs, I'm willing to argue with that one too. Bowling balls should actually, depending on, and that's another thing. Do you think that do you think that drivers for golf should be $400? I don't think they should. But bowling ball costs are actually part of most balls cost the same to manufacture. They're just tiered in price for some of it's R&D. There is some R&D costs. I mean, the older technology ends up being weaker stuff that they've already put the R&D into it so they can sell it for cheaper. Hi, Buckham. Nobody wants to see you. But back to the point, people want variety, and there's also some mainstays that people want. Plus, again, I'd have people all the time that would come to the pro shop, and they would say, hey, I think my IQ Tour is dead. I need a new IQ. So what's out now that reacts like it, that I can replace it with? So, hi. I know, hi. Nobody's going to see you anyway. I got words on the screen. Hi, Buckham. You need to go get Mama. This is why I shut the door. Go tell Mama this is why I shut the door. You're going to breathe all over the microphone. I know. You go on. Go get Mama. Go get Mama. Thank you. But people would come in and they'd say, well, I want a new IQ Tour. What's out that acts like it? And I'm like, well, you're in luck. They still make it. So just, if you need an IQ Tour replacement, get another IQ Tour. And the response every single time was, well, I already had one of those. I mean, I liked it, but I kind of want something fresh too. I just don't want to, if I buy the same ball again, that'd be kind of boring. So what acts like it, but that's new? It's like, buy the same damn ball. If you do want the same, so again, it comes into consumerism. And I would have people come in too and say, well, doesn't look like you have anything new. I'll be back later. I'm like, dude, you were just in here a week ago. Slow down. So people constantly want more and more and new and varied and different and whatever else, but they also want exactly the same thing too. Because when you do something different, then people don't like it. They just want the Phase 12 or another Black Widow or whatever else. So all these balls with these lines, people just buy the same line over and over and over again. But when you put something new out, most people don't want to try it unless they're trying to be abstract. But anyway, so yeah. But so again, Honest Raider, there again, yeah. Should drivers cost $400? And just like you said, most balls cost the same to be manufactured. So price point to a certain point is kind of an invented thing. But yeah, Phase 2 sells every week. There's, again, Jackal Ghosts are still selling, Venom Shocks are still selling, and those balls are 10 some years old and they're still great. I drilled a Covert Revolt from 2012 a couple years ago, and it was fantastic. Angel has it now. It still looks really good for her. She throws it all the time. So bowling technology hasn't gone anywhere in 15 or 20 years. But is that a bad thing? I think at this point, it needs I think the technology angle, they need to slow down and stop on the technology angle. So like, oh my God, you've never seen it before. It's whatever else. It's like, yeah, we have seen it before. Yeah, exactly. Why change what works? That's a good point too. Yeah, not enough sample. We have, between me and Nate, we've thrown all of these. So yeah, and that's the market thing. It's not just ball it's everybody. That's the thing that I'm trying to point out. Everybody think, oh, it's just these bowling companies that are doing this or that. I need to go shut that light off. Bright enough as it is without 8,000 lights all over me. But anyway, it's not a bowling company specific thing. It's all companies, all markets. But I think that but you don't always need a new bowling ball. But that's why this is the sharpest ball or the strongest ball ever, and you just need this one. If you don't have it, you're missing out. It's a sales angle. But we should all understand that it's a sales angle. Trust Storm's marketing team, they have already analyzed the market to justify keep releasing new shit every month. I've had some conversations about that recently too. But this is why I keep trying to say technology doesn't really have much else to go. It's going to be nips and tucks and cool things like Duramax, or the Brunswick's dot technology is really cool. So the pin's just on, they pour the ball upside down so that you don't drill around the pin. That's one of those like really cool things just to think about. It's a clever thing that it's like, wow, it seems like so simple of a concept. So that way you can significantly reduce cracking just by pouring the ball upside down, or changing the way that you it's not even doing the ball upside down. It's just manufacturing it differently. So yeah, let the free market work, buy what you want. But I think that they are starting to realize Motive, for example, aside from Nebula thing here recently, they went a little crazy on that. But Motive kind of just, hey, we got this new cool thing with Duramax. Duramax is legit. We've got this new ball that was the sharpest ball that we've ever made. The Nebula is the sharpest ball that they've ever made. So even though it looks like they're going big on the marketing, it goes back to the example that I shared earlier. It's just kind of like, well, the Nebula is the sharpest ball. Now, is that a big deal? I don't know. It's not any sharper than they're finally up to par with the stuff that Brunswick and Storm have been making for several years as far as angularity goes. But the Nebula is a sharp Motive ball, and it's really good at the same time. None of their marketing is lying. It might feel like they're beating you over the head with something, but if you buy a Nebula, you're gonna go, well, yeah, they didn't lie to me. They might have really hyped it up and got me all excited for it, but they didn't lie to me. But everybody's kind of got to yell louder than everybody else to get people to pay attention, because naturally, if it's the squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of thing. So, but there's a lot of people that just want variety too. And that's okay. That's okay to just say, hey, we took something tried and true. And that's why I think Brunswick's been so successful with a lot of these throwback balls, is they're doing a really good job. Like a teal rhino reminds you of the teal rhino. Columbia's ricochet, their ricochet stuff, it reminds you of the ricochet. When we get to Columbia, I would be inclined, I don't even think it's still in production, but that Super CUDA power core, that kind of ugly brown and navy thing, I didn't think it was very good, but it absolutely reminded me of the original Super CUDA. So they've done a really good job giving you those feels and making a ball feel like an updated version of what it used to do, giving you the nostalgia, but not just this is the other complaint I had with pulling a Sunstorm. The Sunstorm that Storm did was, as far as I'm concerned, a massive failure, because it didn't act anything like the original Sunstorm. Completely different core, completely different cover. And, you put out something like Sunstorm, but then you make it a limited edition, and then it doesn't act. It's just like, oh, well, it's the same color and we use the same logo, so it's a Sunstorm. That pisses people off. At least Brunswick, when you buy something, it's like, holy crap, I had a teal rhino way back then, and you buy the teal rhino, it's like, oh my God, this is a teal rhino. So, all right, yeah, Ricochet return. Anyway, we got to get moving. So I'm gonna, because the swag stuff isn't kind of really out there, I'm just kind of zip through these a little fast. The Judge Pearl is ugly. I think again, I've said this in every damn video that I've done for the swag stuff. And yeah, all this other stuff down here is old. So it's just the new stuff we're going to be talking about. But I don't think swag yet has that kind of special ball. I think that they have a lot of very good, solid, kind of safe balls. I don't think they have that. And I was hoping the Black Dragon Pearl was going to be the special one. It's not, but it's an astrophysics, which is, I'm perfectly happy about that. The Judge Pearl is good. It's better than I thought it was going to be. It is kind of ugly, but it's just, a lot of the swag stuff is kind of like, if Motive stuff and Storm stuff had a baby, that would be the swag stuff. It's cleaner like the Storm stuff, but it's smoother and more controllable like Motive stuff. So it's like Storm up front, Motive down lane, if that helps get you in the kind of. And so I don't think the Apex Pearl, I think, is a little disappointing because it looks like, if you put a Storm logo on this Apex Pearl, nobody knows the difference. It looks legit. Like that's probably my favorite looking swag ball. But it's kind of, for what it's supposed to be, it's kind of weak and slow. So if I was to put, which really, and Angel really loves hers and it looks really great for her, but if I was to put swag balls, some of the swag balls on the naughty list, I would put the Apex Pearl on there. The Apex Solid's really good. Yeah, we're still going to talk about the hustles. We just didn't talk about the ascends, but yeah, we're definitely going to talk about the vibes. Maybe not the tropical surges, but the vibes. Maybe not the rhinos, but we talked about the max thrills. We're going to talk about the vibes. We're talk about the hustles, stuff like that. I would put the Apex Pearl on the naughty list just because there's other balls that you can get for kind of a similar price that are going to do you better than that one, even though that one's really pretty. And the Craze Solid is solid, but it's kind of a dime a dozen type of deal. There's nothing about it that you can't get from any other company, and it's you can get a better looking ball for the same price that does the same thing. And so I'm inclined, out of all this stuff, the Judge Pearl is good. The Apex Solid is sneaky good. The Craze Hybrid is insane. Black Dragon Pearl's an astrophysics. It's solid. The Fusion Hybrid, I see the Hype's review on that one. We didn't quite get that experience, but Angel still likes it and she still throws it. It's pretty good. The Unreal, actually, I was kind of, it's kind of the same thing for me as the Craze Solid, but the Unreal looks pretty cool. Fusion Hybrid, I think, is a very kind of slept on ball. I think that's very good. The Black Dragon is a Black Widow 2.0. So I won't hear any slander. The Judge really surprised me. I thought it was going to be the kind of chuggy, stronger. The new swag, the swag rebrand has been out since this year. They started in January. So all this stuff, some of these, half of these came out in January and the other half kind of came out August, September. So all this other stuff was older, and the newer stuff is different. The newer stuff's different from the older stuff. So if I was putting balls on the naughty list, I would put the Apex Pearl and the Craze Solid, because they've been kind of disappointing for me personally. So, but ones that I would really like to call it, the Apex Solid is very competitive. The Black Dragon is very competitive. The Fusion, and then the Judge, for a heavy oil ball, it goes so well with my Onyx. Because when something like the Black Dragon, because sometimes you can have the Black Widow 2.0, sometimes it's not quite strong enough. I would say the Judge is kind of like Black Widow 3.0. The shape's a little different. The Judge is more of a tumbly shape, and the 3.0 is a little bit more archy and climbing, but they're in that same zone where they're not like the super, super strong stuff, but they're not the Black Dragon or the Black Widow 2.0. They're right at that kind of strong, but not too strong. It's like Equinox Solid territory, where it's not the biggest of the big, but it's not the next step down. It's kind of right in the middle. So I'm just going to go on ahead. We'll go to swag, and I'm going to put the Apex, which sucks because it's pretty. Apex Pearl, Craze Solid. But the rest of these, if you were to recommend for people to try one swag ball, what would you recommend to try? Yeah, the Judge is kind of DNA adjacent. Yeah, I would say that. Gosh, and that one's kind of a tough one. I'd say that the one that is the most universally kind of the best kind of to get you an overall view of the line as a whole would probably be the Black Dragon. To get you an idea what you're in for with swag balls. If you want something really good for cheaper, the Craze Hybrid is basically like you remember the Gold IQ, that's basically the gold ball. And I know that's very high praise, but it's the gold ball for $120. So you heard it here first. The Apex Solid is very teal rhino. It is exponent territory. The Apex Solid is not going to be, it's smooth. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, especially on a house shot. And you might say, oh, it's kind of lazy or whatever. If you get on something tough with the Apex Solid and you just want something to see the lane and be controllable, that's the Apex Solid. The Black Dragon Pearl, I would recommend that, but I think it's just going to be slower than what people are going to expect or kind of want. It's more astrophysics. So it's the medium strength kind of shiny ball that's just not as fast. If you throw like a Black Widow 2.0 and you go to throw this one's going to feel lazy. But once you get kind of adjusted to that, it's kind of like adjusting to a motive ball. It's like, gosh, if you're used to Storm or B7 and then you start throwing motive stuff, it's like, this stuff's all kind of lazy. But it's like once you get used to them, it's like, oh, like kind of this is more controllable. I actually kind of like this. But I think that the Black Dragon is the gateway ball. I think that's the one where if you're used to throwing other brands, the Black Dragon is going to be the most familiar, but still also give you an introduction to the swag line as a whole. And then once you kind of get the idea or get with the program, then you can kind of, okay, these are just a little cleaner and slower. So I think that that'll do it for the swag brand. Where do we want to go next? We can start with the B7 stuff, or we can just SPI is all on one website. Do we want to do that one first and then finish off with the B7 stuff? Are you meaning infinite physics? No, I mean astrophysics. Yeah, the Astro was R2S Pearl. So yes, the Black Dragon Pearl is very astrophysics. It's very medium strength, kind of weaker ASIM Pearl. It's definitely not a stronger. The Judge is kind of like infinite physics with the stronger kind of strong Pearl ASIM. The Black Dragon is Widowmania 2.0 hybrid, but smoother astrophysics kind of. Nothing will be as bad as the TNT. The TNT was also, it had reactor gloss contamination. So let's see, where do we want, yeah, he said it. I've always been an SPI guy. Ever since I switched to motive, I have more control. And that's the thing, but that's the trick though. If you're used to the SPI or the B7 response and you throw a motive ball, at first you're going to go like, gosh, this stuff just won't hook down lane. But then when you get adjusted, yeah, the Astro was kind of quick-ish, but it definitely more medium strength. So I would say Black Dragon Pearl is more like a smoother astrophysics, but it's still the hi Buckham. It's the medium kind of weaker, cleaner, something. But anyway, this is the thing. But when you get adjusted to the motive stuff and you're like, oh, this is just a little smoother, then that's when it clicks. It's just kind of like, oh, okay, well, I kind of like this because it's more controllable. So, no, Robert just became a member. Thank you. Plenty of good stuff. We'll love to have you. Yeah. CRXL. I'm doing everything. I'm covering all the brands. And that's why I'm doing a live stream. So even though I haven't thrown them, I've seen a lot of them. And you guys, this is more for your feedback than for me to kind of to tell you what I think is good and then kind of coerce people into agreeing with me. So so we're done with this. We're going to move on. Do we want to go to SPI or do we want to start knocking out the B7 stuff? What do we think? Where do we want to go? Open to suggestions. SPI is all on the same website. Brunswick stuff all has their own website. Any opinions? Any input? So far, we've got Motive, the Hypervenom, and Super Clutch are on the naughty list, and Swag. I think the Apex Pearl and Crazy Solid were kind of disappointing for me. I think people might argue with that, but that's my, since we don't have a whole lot of opinion in the chat, I'm just putting my lists out there. Those are the ones that were the most disappointing for me. We're going to Storm. We'll see if the website works. All right. Phase 2 Pearl finally. So do we want to brands? Do we want to start with Storm, Roto, or Global? I'm going to do Global because it's short. It's a very short list. So, and at least the website works now. Viking. The Viking is brand new. Best for last, B7N. Okay. I see what we're doing here. So we're looking at Global first because they have the smallest product line. Starting with the Viking, which is weird because it looks kind of slow and lazy for everybody else I've seen it for, except my testers. Like, it looks very... I just put up Tobias's review a couple days ago. Fourth try for Storm's Phase 2 Pearl. So the Viking, it looks really good for Global. Yeah, I can do that. Global Roto Storm. Somebody finally said it. Let's do that. So Viking, they just discontinued the Origin. It's still on the list here, so I'll talk about it anyway. I've talked about a couple of discontinued balls already anyway. So Viking it looks really good for my two testers. And I've had, Global's come a long way. I think that this brand is being just horribly mismanaged, because when they had the Zen and they could have gone big, and then they just have never done anything with it. And then you have a ball come out like the Viking that I think is pretty good, that's just getting completely overshadowed by the Phase 2 Pearl. They've just really, this has been the redheaded stepchild of the SPI brands. They bring it in and then they don't really give it any attention. They put good stuff in the line, but then they just don't ever seem like they really care about it. It's just like an afterthought behind Storm and Roto. So yes, Slapstick, the Zen 25, I'm just going to go on ahead and put that on the bad list. The Zen 25 is not good. It's just not. I'm sorry. I've seen way too much nonsense about that. It's not good. It goes 80 feet, and then it's kind of like getting a teenager out of bed in the morning. It's like, oh God, you got to drag it. It just finally comes kicking and screaming. It's just clean, and then it just doesn't really do anything down lane. Like, it's a GB5 Pearl on paper, but the GB5 Pearl is good. So the Zen 25 is just, it's not it. I haven't seen it be it for really anybody. So yeah, Rockstar Amped. Well, and this is, so we got the Ember right here. The Ember is in Amped and Phase 2 territory, Phase 2 Pearl territory. But the Ember, everybody's already forgotten about the Ember. Everybody's already completely forgotten about it, especially when you put the Amped behind it that nobody cares about for some reason, even though I think it's pretty good. And then the Phase 2 Pearl, which is going to overshadow all of them. But they did this a couple years ago when they put out Journey, TNT Infused, Sublime, Summit Peak, just back to back to back to back. It's like all this stuff just kind of piled right on top of each other. And another thing too is B7, people are content letting, even though B7 puts out very similar balls, they put out 6 balls a month. They put out very similar balls to other companies' stuff within their own umbrella, but everybody's okay with that. So if we put out a GB5 and then we follow that up a couple months later with a stealth mode, which are basically the same ball, nobody cares, because Brunswick's brands have more identity. Storm stuff all just kind of runs together. So when you see, even though it's Ember for Global, Amped for Roto, Phase 2 Pearl for Storm, everybody's like, why would they do that? But when they do that with Brunswick, nobody cares. I don't really think that that's hypocritical. I just think that it's Storm stuff all kind of runs together a little bit more. Everybody kind of sees all the stuff as one, where B7, they still kind of see it individually, but Brunswick, I think, has done a little bit better individually branding all their brands, even though B7 should probably be B4. but I digress. We'll get there when we get there. The Viking, again, it looks really good for my 2 testers. I put Tobias's video up a couple days ago. I'm finishing up Zach's video later tonight, I hope. Which is, and it's really weird because normally Tobias has the cleaner, slower when they do the same ball. Tobias is normally cleaner and slower and doesn't cover as many boards for Tobias. It actually is faster and covers more boards for Tobias than it does for Zach, which was kind of wild to watch. But I've seen it look iffy for other people, but I can't. It looks good. It kind of does. A lot of people have said Viking is just an ASIM Zen, which I don't think it's. The Zen I think was tankier and a little heavier rolling, but I can also kind of see it. So yeah, GB5 stealth mode hammerhead, but I would take all 3 of those and throw all 3 of them. The GB5, the stealth mode's a little faster and the hammerhead's a little stable, more controllable, but yes, very extremely similar ball. I mean, basically Ember amped phase 2 Pearl were GB5 stealth mode hammerhead. Same deal, but I'm okay with it for B7. I hate it for Storm. Is that hypocritical? I don't know. Should it be? I guess. But anyway, yeah, and that's why I railed about it in that video. And even though you as a consumer, you don't really care. It's like, okay, whatever. It just offends the sensibilities that it's like, why would they, that something like a phase 2 Pearl is going to command a lot of attention. Why would you put an Origin replacement ball? Why would you tease the phase 2 Pearl first, announce something else, and have everybody go kind of, oh, the announcement. Oh, it's just the Viking. Okay. And then now they just announced the phase 2 Pearl yesterday with the Viking set to release next week. It doesn't make any sense. So Viking, I'm going to leave that in the good list. I think, again, it's not out yet. I'm going to say that I think most people are probably going to like it. It is kind of clean and kind of smoothish. It's definitely not, if you're looking for an Origin replacement, the Viking is not it. The Origin is stronger. It's more dynamic. The Viking is like a half step down from it. It's a little kind of tamer, but I think the other thing, and I say this in the review, that the Origin, I think some people couldn't throw because it was too kind of strong and flippy. It was just, it's too much ball too often. The Viking kind of takes that and pulls it back a little bit. It's not quite as strong. It's not quite as dynamic, but it still kind of gets the same work done, just in a more usable, versatile package, kind of. So I would say Viking is, we can leave that in the good side. Do you and Angel still throw the Absolute? Angel really did. Stuff doesn't last very long for us because there's always newer stuff to throw. I like the Absolute. I think the original Absolute, Angel really liked it. I think I would really like that one right-handed, but I just can't justify going out of my way to grab stuff. Yeah, Viking doesn't even seem like a global ball. That's the other thing, is they kind of do stuff, and this is why I think people are feeling like Storm's getting out of touch with the market, because they just kind of do stuff constantly that makes no sense. It's like they're just kind of filling in spots. They don't really listen to people, and they don't really do things that make a whole lot of sense. And so, and then you have stuff like the information on the website's always wrong. This new website's really annoying to navigate. And it's like they're just doing stuff behind the scenes, and they're not listening to anything that anybody has to say. And it's just kind of like, we get stuff and it's just like, why? It's just like, why? So anyway, I'm going to leave the Viking on the good list. The Cove, I'm a big fan of the Cove. I'm sorry. I know that some people are going to look at it and think it's ugly. And I was kind of like, oh God, my initial reaction was like, oh God, why would they do that? But I like it because it's different. It's a different kind of a name. It's a different kind of a look, and it reacts really good. I am absolutely, I would argue with, if you want to put it on the ugly list for the year, okay, cool. Judge Pearl's on that list. We can put the Cove on. I won't fight you on that. The ball reaction, I think that this is criminally underrated. I think this is such a good ball, and people are overlooking it. And this is what happens when they do. This is a different name. It's a very different colored kind of color palette to color palette to begin with, color scheme, colorway, whatever you want to call it, it's different. And everybody's like, no, I don't, no, thanks. But yeah, it's such a great ball, and it's a different reaction for Storm too. It's something that they haven't had in a long time. This is basically a stronger outcry, and the outcry was that kind of blue, silver, whatever else, the very light blue HP2 ball a long time ago that was pretty good. It's a stronger outcry, and it's a look that Storm, it's a smoother look, something that Storm hasn't had in a while, and I think it's great. And I would have tried. I can't put it on the bad list just because you don't like the look of it. But yeah, Cove, stronger than I thought it was going to be. Go nutty with the Cove last Thursday night. Recovers very well. It's really friggin' good. So yeah, I would agree. I would have fought somebody that said we needed to put that on the bad list. The Ember is something too. I think nobody really cares about it, but I think it's very quietly good too. I think the Cove and the Ember, if you were just buying a couple balls for League a year and you bought the Cove and the Ember, you could do significantly worse. Significantly worse. I think the Ember is great too. It is kind of clean and sharp, but it's got that tumbling kind of climbing look to it. It sees the lane really well, and then it gets to the back end, and it has such a controlled. It's quick enough to get the job done, but it's also a controlled move to where you can do a lot with your hand and control a lot of stuff. I would probably fight somebody wanting to put the Ember on the bad list too. So let's move on. You can put it in the chat. I'm content moving on. You can put it in the chat if you want to. Ember's a sleeper. I agree. Origin EX. I can put this on the list if you really want me to. I'm indifferent. I think it's so far from what people thought or expected or really wanted. And it's kind of ugly. And even Storm said looks aren't everything. They put that in their marketing. They understand that the ball's ugly, but they were going for performance. I think this is one that you have to completely forget what you thought it was going to be, what you wanted it to be, what it looks like, and you take it for what it is. And it's really good at cliffed, wet, dry, over, under, really tough conditions, but it's just not going to be a ball that's going to click for a lot of people. So I would be okay putting this one on the list. I wouldn't fight anybody. I wouldn't put it on the list myself. It's bad ball and it's uglier than the Judge Pearl. Again, I won't fight you on it. If somebody said, if y'all said it needs to go on the list, I'll put it on the list. I'm not, behind it that much to where I'm going to argue with anybody. So I'll go ahead and put it on the list unless anybody wants to fight me on that. I think it's very good, but it is very niche. It's very niche. And that I think is going to lean towards it being in the bad category. Because it's like, well, if I can't use it most of the time and it's not very versatile and I can only use it it's only good a certain time when other things are probably good at the same time, then what's the point? So I'll put that on the list. Didn't like the EX. Okay. Yep. It's on the list. Zen 25. I already put it on the list. I think this is the Zen 25, or no, I guess we skipped the Origin. Origin, I think, was amazing. I think the Origin was amazing. Like when the Origin came out, that was kind of the start of Storm really getting back into form. And I think as we go through all the rest of the companies, there's a couple more misses. But I think the Origin, when they put the Origin out, every 95% of Storm's releases from since then have been really impressive. So it's too bad it got discontinued. I would argue if somebody wanted to put the Origin on the bad list, I would argue with them. Let me just put it that way. Don't let me, again, this is your thing. I'm just kind of running the show here. So if you say, yeah, it needs to go on the list, I'll put it on the list. But I would debate someone. I won't say argue. I would debate someone on the Origin. I think the Origin was really good. I actually have one that I need to put holes in because I thought it was, again, I don't go out of my way to get stuff, especially since we don't get Storm and Storm equipment anymore. Angel Eye to throw. but this is one of the ones I went out of my way to get because I thought it was that good. I got one of these and I got an Ion Max, and I haven't drilled them yet because they're not good lefty balls. But now that I'm throwing righty again, yeah, Origin ball good. Yeah, I agree. Let's move on. Zen 25, just not good. And this is the Zen 25. Again, I will argue against the good, bad, whatever else. The Zen 25, the ball reaction is just not good. I mean, as far this is one of a lot of other balls, even if I didn't like them, even if some people didn't like them, whatever else, this is the only one. This is one of the few on the market that I would say just is a legitimately not good ball. It's too clean. It doesn't see the lane. It is very lethargic and unconvincing when it goes to the pocket. So even if you can get it to if you can even find the sweet spot for it, it's still lazy. It doesn't have any conviction. It doesn't hit. There's just so many better things to put in this spot. And I would generally say it's like ball companies don't make bad balls anymore. I would call this one just a bad ball. I don't know what went wrong. I don't know why they would even look at this ball reaction and say, yeah, let's release that. This is just a no. Just a absolute no. So I did like the gold label. And yeah, the original Zen is the only good, but I could kind of see what people say with the gold label. It died kind of quickly. I kind of like it. I kind of liked it when it died because it was a little too flippy out of the box. Yeah, I've seen the Zen 25 in League. It usually stays on a chair next to the approach. Yeah, so, all right. Road Warrior, yeah. Zen 25, just yuck. Clean, lazy, and forward should never be combined. Yeah, this is one of the few. This might be just legitimately bad ball. So, Sublime Focus. This one's interesting for me because it's an impressive reaction, kind of like the Zero Mercy Solid, but it's like, when the crap would I ever use it? Because the focus is kind of like, yeah, it's really sexy. It's kind of a cool look. The logo choice, I think, was amazing. The color choice, it's a cool looking ball. It wants to turn sideways and also hook and also whatever else. It just kind of looks like it doesn't know what it wants to do or know what it wants to be. Focus is also discontinued. I think I did see that, so we probably don't even need to talk about it. But I think it was probably best if you bought it to be like a phase 2. I think you were going to be disappointed. I think that this one shined up and treated more like you would treat a pearl ball was amazing, but it was better at doing something that it wasn't really designed to do. So Focus is Sub-Zero Forge, and that's the weird thing is that Zach's, if you go watch Zach's review, it turns sideways. The fastest solid ball I've ever seen, especially symmetric ball. So yeah, Sublime Focus, move the hell left. I can't, it's so weird that I don't even know what to do with it. I don't think I can put it on the bad list, but it's just, I don't know where, I don't think it was bad is the thing. Like the ball reaction is really impressive, so I can't call it bad, but I don't know when you'd ever use it, if it was ever effective, if it was, which is what. So yeah, I don't know. Focus was nuts for the local two-handers. Okay, yeah, I'm content to leave it off the. I don't think it's bad. It's confusing. So all right, we need to move on. Roto Grips, bangers for days. Let me just scroll here. Me personally, I don't see a bad. Just looking, I can just tell you the entire list. We can just move on. The Hyperdrive Pearl is great. I haven't seen a whole lot of the Hyperdrive, but I thought it was going to be like the X3, and it's not like the X3. It's like a cleaner and sharper Ion Max. The S2, I think is the only one on the list the only one on the list we could probably talk about, because it just I really think it was the Attention Star was so good, and then you have the S2, which wasn't really that different, and it was just kind of sanded, and when it shined up, it kind of acted like the Attention Star. It just seemed completely redundant. It's like that was one of those definite why. It's not okay. So it's technically technically a hybrid. Oh, so it's a hybrid, and we sanded it, but it's not really different. So, yeah, Ken, I agree. The only ball that might come close is the S2. And the S2 wasn't bad. It's just incredibly redundant and kind of like, why? Like, I don't understand. It just seemed like a very kind of pointless release. James, I think, would have something to James would have something to say about the Gremlin, I think, but he would also have to say it's like, okay, the Gremlin, James got a Gremlin, doesn't look good for him, but it looks good for a lot of other people. Yeah, the S2 should have been a solid. I think that they really needed that at the time. Hyperdrive Pearl looks really good. It's one of those very rare skid flippy balls, and that's the other thing with the Gremlin and the Attention Star in the lineup. It's like, why would they put especially right behind the Gremlin? Why put a Hyperdrive Pearl out? And they're similar, but they're different. So I think they can coexist, but that's what the wife calls me. The Hyperdrive is very hit or miss, and with the people in my league, the Pearl everyone loves. Yeah, I think the Hyperdrive Pearl is a fan favorite. It looks cool. The Hyperdrive is kind of ugly, and it's going to be one of those things you want to keep it sanded. You want to use it on heavier conditions. But like the Zero Mercy solid, it's also kind of flippy for a solid ball too. So I think it just might be out in no man's land. I don't think it's bad, but so the Hyperdrive Pearl is very good. The S2 is I don't know. It's not. I'd hesitate putting it on the bad list, but it's just redundant. It doesn't make any sense, and it's a dime a dozen type of ball reaction. I think you can literally find anything from any other company. It's just a very bland, very unschlem-like release. It was almost like, well, we haven't come up with anything, or we don't want to release this ball yet, so let's do this. It just seems like an afterthought kind of a ball. Attention Star, we all know about that one. That's a goat. The Rock, and I think the Rock Stars are kind of like the Cove and the Ember. I don't know why nobody cares about the Rock Stars. The Hyperdrive could be a more usable Zero solid. I think it is. It's not as crazy. It's not quite as strong, and I don't think it's as flippy. The Zero Mercy solid is sexy, 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 but my God, I don't know when I'm ever going to use it. It's just one of those, you just want to throw it to watch it react. If you average 170, and if you average 170, if you just want a cool ball that's fun to throw and you don't care about your scores, the Zero Mercy solid's amazing. It's one of those, back in 2005 when everybody came into the shop and what's the biggest hook and fastest ball you have on the wall? It's like, boy, do I have something for you. You're going to have a ton of fun throwing it. I don't know what your scores are going to look like, but you're going to have a ton of fun throwing it. That's the Zero Mercy solid. The Rock Stars, I think the Rock Stars are really good. And I think the Amped, it doesn't look good on it doesn't look great on Chromium in our reviews, but I promise you, when you get some friction on the lanes, this might be like a phase 2. The Amp might be like a phase 2 type of deal, because nobody really liked the original phase, and the phase 2 almost got discontinued before it started really picking up with tournament bowlers that found out, hey, this is actually really good for tougher stuff. And then the phase 2 has just been around ever since. The Amped is one that I think, I hope people don't sleep on it. Very good tournament ball on house shot. Once you get some friction, it's not a fresh ball at all whatsoever, but once you get some transition, have to move in a little bit, Amped this is another sleeper that I hope people don't continue to sleep on. The Rockstar is kind of, it's just your average solid, but the GB5 and the stealth mode is kind of the same. It's Rotogrip's GB5 or stealth mode. It's nothing special, but it's one that, but yeah, I think that's the other thing, the dumb Rockstar advertising that put people off. Holy crap, do I still have that? when I saw the cover sheet for the Rockstar, or like the thumbnail for the video, it looked like, it's like, why do they have this ball in a laundromat? It's like, oh, those are supposed to be speakers, but it was it was obviously AI generated. I don't know if it's on here or not, but it was an obviously, well, they have this one down here, but they had one where it's got like speakers around it or something. Maybe it's the ad sheet. Yeah, well, no, that's not it. Ad sheet, tech data, no, I don't think, but you know what I'm talking about. But they had some, and they're supposed to be speakers, and I'm like, well, this looks like a laundromat. And so I told ChatGPT, make me a thumbnail for Rotogrip Rockstar bowling ball in a laundromat. I don't know if I saved it. And if I did save it, I have no idea where it would be. I might have to put that up later if I ever find that. Let me see, Rockstar. Yeah, the YouTube thumbnail. It's like, ChatGPT, make me. Oh yeah, I do have it. I did find it. Let me pop this up because this is hilarious. Nope, not video clips. Design, upload, Rockstar. And I literally told, and I had to, the ChatGPT screwed up the ball, so I had to put the actual ball picture on top of it, but the rest of it is completely unaltered. I just said, make me Rockstar amp thumbnail in a laundromat. And then I had to get with neon lights and blah, blah, whatever. And this is what it came up with. And it doesn't look any different than the thumbnail that they, look at this. That is AI generated. That's nothing. I didn't find a picture. I didn't put that together. I said Rockstar bowling ball in a laundromat. And that's what it gave me. And it looks somehow better than their YouTube thumbnail. With supposed to be speakers. And I'm like, well, anyway, moving on. It's a good ball. How's the amp different from the Phase 2 Pearl? I haven't seen the Phase 2 Pearl doesn't look very good from what I've seen. I haven't seen a whole lot on it yet, but it looks very lazy and just kind of blah. The amp, I think, is going to end up being cleaner and maybe not cleaner, but definitely faster. I think it's faster, rounder shape. I think the Phase 2 Pearl is going to be more archy directional, whatever. How the hell well, no. That's not speakers, but that's what I put in the I might have to let me go to Rotogrip. The page. I've got to find the advertisement for the. I got to find the actual one that they used for the Rockstar, because it's not that. The original one that they used for a Rockstar, it looked the same, but they were supposed to be speakers, but I had trouble telling that they were speakers because it looked like a bowling ball in a laundromat, and I'm like, what are we doing here? This doesn't make any sense. But no, I'm not finding what I want to find, or maybe I just have to go to the. Yeah, I just looked at the actual thumbnail. It's worse than I remember. Yeah. Let me see. Storm. What? No, not store. Storm bowling. Storm bowling. Videos. Rockstar amp. Yeah, the amp looks better than the. Yeah. God, this is amazing. Save as Rockstar. Sorry, we're getting off track, but this is important. You're gonna understand. Just give me a second. I'm old. So here is the actual thumbnail. That's the 7 Ways video. Here is the actual thumbnail for the Rockstar. This is the actual thumbnail. And so I looked at this and I'm like, why a bowling ball, a laundromat? And then I look closer and oh, there's supposed to be speakers. But this is obviously AI, because here's the one that I told ChatGPT to make me. This is like Jenna Fisher, The Office, or whatever. They're the same picture. This is their actual thumbnail for the 7 Ways video. This is what I had ChatGPT make for me. Like, seriously? There's more. There's AI and more than just the bowling balls. So yeah, mine looks better. I mean, come on now. Anyway, we need to move on. Some people have college football to watch. Ultimate Wrecker, I think, is pretty good. I don't see a whole lot of it, but it reminds me of the Wrecker. This feels like a B7 tribute ball, because the Ultimate Wrecker, it's a different color, but it reminds me of the reaction. They nailed the reaction. It reminds me of the original. Yeah, the ball squashed into an oval. That's but yeah, the Ultimate Wrecker reminds me of the Wrecker, like the original. Even though the color is different, they nailed the ball reaction. I think that they did a very good job updating it, but still giving people, the feels. And then the hustles, I think we can. The hustles are going to be hustles, but I think that they're good. I think all the hustles. I don't even think that we need to talk about the hustles. Do we need to put anything on the naughty list here so we can move on? Do we need to put anything on the list here? I would. I don't. The attention to star is kind of boring and redundant. I don't. The S2. I don't know that I can put it on there, but I don't see anything on rotos. I can't. The Rockstar washed. That would actually be great too, because a washed up Rockstar. That's like perfect. The clone was mega dog shit out of the box, but once you took the shine off, god ball. It went from the worst ball I've ever thrown to like the best ball I've ever thrown. The clone with surface on it was, yeah, that's what I'm kind of agreeing with Swift Cookies here. I wouldn't fight anybody that wanted to put the S2 on there, but I don't think I can call it a bad, because if you were recommending a ball to somebody and they said they wanted something in this zone, if I recommended the S2 to them, I wouldn't feel bad. They can get kind of a similar reaction from another company for a similar price, but I don't think that anybody's going to buy the S2 and was like, oh yeah, I hated that ball. That ball was terrible. I don't think that's going to happen. But if you're looking at it, it's like, why would you buy that when there's so many other balls out there? And it's on sale now too. It's like $150 or something. So it's a good price, and it's a pretty good ball. It's just boring and redundant. So I can't call it a bad ball because of that. So yeah, I think it's kind of a why, but it's a good ball. And I don't see anything on here. So yeah, I would say the X-ray is better than the Earth too, but I don't think the Earth is bad. Is there anything anybody feels passionately about putting on the bad list? Because I don't. I think they're pretty solid. Love my X-ray. Yeah. I just don't see anything for Roto. I think we can move on. If you see anything I'll keep watching the comments. I'm going to move on to Storm, and then we can talk. Equinox Solid right off the rip. I think the Equinox Solid is the second coming of the Alpha Cracks. I know it hasn't been out for long, and their marketing for it was horrendously misleading, because it's absolutely not. Well, I mean, for Zach it was. Zach's is actually pretty flippy. Literally everyone else I've seen throw this ball, it's not Ion Max strong. It's cleaner, and it's smooth and kind of walks in. But yeah, the Equinox Solid is, I'm kind of glad that it's not what they said it was going to be, because I think it's great. I think people can stop spending $500 on Alpha Cruxes. I think the Equinox Solid is the truth. The IQ 78 is going straight on the bat. I'm just good point, Ken. We're going to put that right on the damn list right now. IQ 78. That might be on the that and the Zen 25 can hang out in the actually bad category. Of course, the IQ 78 has won professional tournaments, so I think that might keep it off. But so Equinox Solid's good. Yeah, you'll get why Luke called it. Yeah, Equinox Solid's good. We can move on. The Equinox is a lot. Yeah, it's not everybody's cup of tea from looking at it. It's slowed down now that it's got some games on it. Yeah, the Equinox Solid, it's a good one. It's a good one. Equinox was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, because when they described it as, it's like, okay, well, the new cover is cleaner than R2S Deep on the Absolute. I'm going, oh God, no! Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? But the Equinoxes ended up being really good. I think that cover A1S, they had it on the High Road 42. I think the Equinox Pearl is really good, or just the regular standard Equinox. I think it's really good, and I was expecting to think it was going to be. I'm like, oh God, why are they doing this? This is going to be terrible, and I had to eat some crow on that one. I think that I've got to kind of backpedal on that. I think it's going to be, and I think I even said that in my preview video. It's like, yeah, I don't know about this one. Cleaner than the Absolute. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen more. Kurt said he didn't like it. I think generally favorable on the Equinox Pearl. Just keep tight. We'll keep kind of coming back to things. The level, I don't know. I don't know about the level here. Especially because they had all this hype, and it's the SPI lab, and we spent all this stuff, and it's kind of like, well, it's a faster pitch black. It's a slightly stronger, kind of more dynamic pitch black. Cool. Yeah, before Storm Marketing trips us all up. You guys want to see something interesting too? So if we click on the Ion Max, we go to the remember this picture here. So if we click on the Ion Max, we go to the promo page, which is different from the actual information page. So look at flare potential is all the way maxed out. Ball shape is down on smooth. Hook length is kind of early mid lane. Oil volume's heavy. Blah, blah. Let's go to learn more. So kind of remember, just get this general image. You don't have to remember everything where it goes. Just that general image. So we're going to go. Oh, look at this now. Did they actually fix this? Let me go to the comparison, because I bitched about this and something else, and I have receipts. So Ion Max. Well, I guess it. So is this going to be the same? Ion Max. No, it's all kind of similar. But I mean, it's still different, because flare potential is second down here. But if you go back to there, it's all the way up on high. Everything else is kind of, no, this is actually, they must have fixed this. They must have heard my bitching. They actually fixed that. So anyway, let's go back to Storm. I do have receipts though. I could actually show you. I could put those pictures up if I wanted to be vindictive. Anyway, level.
We should find an intermission where I come in.
Yeah.
So you can take a bathroom break, and I tell everybody why you're wrong about stuff.
Yeah. How do I do the forecast? SPI Equinox Solid. Did I? No, I think I. Yeah, okay. Anyway, moving on. Level, how do we feel about the level? Go back to the chat. Scroll up here. Level is good if you don't try to use it as a urethane ball. Level. Have the new pitch black. Level was meh. Patch pirates were the only ones that bought it. Level's up for debate. I think it's bad. I can put it on there. I think that they were trying to make a Purple Hammer competitor, and I don't think they really got there. Of course, to be fair, Hammer didn't really get there. Well, yeah, it is a worse New Blue, because at least the New Blue covers boards. But the New Blue wasn't what it was supposed to be either, but it is still kind of a good ball. So I'll put the level on the list. Ooh.
Crunch, crunch.
Yeah, that was good. Ion Max, I think we can skip. The Ion Max is one of the best heavy oil balls out there right now. I think for the price, that's also a very good point. I know that we said that we weren't going to just do, price can't make a ball bad, but it is, considering the performance level and then the price on top of it. It's kind of like Lightning Blackout. Like the Lightning Blackout, I don't think it's a bad ball, but them trying to sell it for premium price when it's basically just a little stronger hustle, crazy. The Ion Pro and the Pirates. Ion Max, I think we need to just move on from the Ion Max. I think it's one of the better heavy oil ball because it's right there. It hooks and it's got some punch, but it's not like the super slow, the Onyx. It's not the super fast of the Zero Mercy Solid. The Ion Max is just one of the best heavy oil balls on the market right now. I think we can skip that. The Ion Pro is incredibly hit and miss. I actually got one of these and I filmed for it, and it was so bad I didn't even make the video. I should, and there's well, you should have just gone ahead and make the video. It's like, it's literally just me. There was no point because it was so bad. I'm like, there's nothing to even work with here. Like, I can't even make a review out of this because I have seen some other.
Didn't a few of them say that it was actually a batch thing? Like the later batches actually seemed like it was.
Well, and this is the thing. Like Austin Bold's, his covers boards, and it's ridiculous. His Ion Pro is ridiculous, and then mine did not hook. And I actually threw it in league for the first 2 solid months last year. I did not shoot anything worse than 640, and I didn't shoot anything better than 660. And I left 7 to 10 7-pins every week. It was impossible to miss the pocket with, but it didn't really carry that well. And I just shot the same score for 8 solid weeks. And yeah, Bo loves his Ion Pro. I've seen some, like Austin Bold's Ion Pro is insanely good. Insanely good.
I swear it was somebody in Discord that was actually, they got one the first round and they hated it, saw other people being.
And they got another one.
And
That
they
was
got
good.
another one, and it was so. And so I was thinking it was a batch thing.
Yeah, it might have been a batch thing.
Maybe that's where I got it from. As I just assumed.
Ken. Going back to the Ion Max, I'd agree. If you think the Ion Max is bad, you're doing something wrong. Because the Ion Max is, I will argue on that one. The Ion Pro, very hit and miss. One of the worst balls I've ever thrown ever, and I think I've seen that for other people, but I've always seen it look really, really good. And so, yeah, Steven, I would agree. The OG didn't work for me. I don't know I can put it on the list though, because I think that I've seen just as much bad as I've seen good. Yeah, my Ion locked up, rolled forward. Mine was very round and continuous. It just didn't see the lane ever. It just acted like a reactogloss ball almost. It just kept it. I was ready to make the video and I was going to do some Energizer Bunny thing. It just keeps going and going and going. But I've seen it look really fantastically good for a lot of other people. So I think it's I wouldn't argue with putting it on the list, but I don't know that I can put it on the list. So, because it looked good for Zach and Tobias, I don't know. I'm going to move on for the moment. Keep putting comments in as they. I think the Ion Pro Solid. Yeah, if anybody here's universally, yeah. I think the Ion Pro Solid is very good. I think it needs the shine knocked off. But I think the IPS is good. Zen Soul is on the list. If it was still in production. The identities, I think everybody kind of hated how they handled this. If they would have let me put it this way. So IPS is universally bad. I want an Ion Pro Solid righty. I really want that. Polished the Ion Pro and shot 800. Well, I let mine shine up and it just never hooked. But again, I've seen people's that looked really good. The Hypercell going way back. Yeah, the Hypercell was a really good one way back when. So here's the thing. The identities, I think they really just mucked up how they handled these. If they would have announced these or because this they had this at the same time as the E-Jackal. So the E-Jackal, they announced the Jackal and then said this is going to be limited. We're taking pre-orders now, and then once we get to this date, we make the balls, we fulfill the orders, and then we're done. I think that was great because everybody that wanted one got one. They had a month to think about it or get it figured out. Pro shops could also order extra if they kind of see, okay, well, there's a lot of people that are interested, but maybe they can't just go out and pre-order it right now. Maybe I buy some extra so that we have some. The identity was just like a flash drop. I know that the Belmo's big into shoes and stuff like that, and so he wanted to do kind of something like that. And there's always been people, we're going through and people say, well, that ball looks ugly. There's a lot of people that will not buy a certain ball because it looks bad. And so I've always thought that if they could do this or they could make this work, have the same ball come in like 3 or 4 different colorways like they do with some of the lower end stuff, I've always thought that would be a good idea. But I think they completely mishandled how they did this. I think if they would have announced the identities, and even if they said, well, we only made this many, it's a limited deal, it's a special edition, whatever else, but if they announce them and then put them both out together, I think it's a completely different story. I think it's a completely different story because the first one dropped instantly and they were gone by noon. And that when they announced them was also really stupid too, because I think there was a lot of people, they just get up and go to work and then they find out, oh, identity. And it's like, oh, well, they're all gone already. And everybody was scalping them for all kinds of ridiculous prices. And then all of a sudden, nobody cares anymore. You can't give them away anymore. But from Storm, that people went all crazy. Well, and that's the thing. People went all crazy about the first one, but then the second one came along. And I think a lot of people felt sour about it. And it's kind of like, oh, so we went all crazy over this last one, and now you're going to drop another one that's the same ball and just a little different color. No, I think the second ball actually reacts better, even though they're the same ball. I think the second one moves more down lane, and so I almost think the first one looks better, and the second one reacts better. But what has anybody? Can we even rank these? They're a special edition. We didn't do the EJ, of course. The E-Jackal wouldn't have shown up there because it was a great ball. I generally think, yeah, we still have both identities gathering dust in a shop, and the people that did drill them complain they didn't hook. I know that a lot of people had that with the first one. I think even Stuart Williams was saying, it's like, yeah, I feel like the second one tips harder down lane. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I think that the way that the only people who went crazy were scalpers. And I think that's the thing, is that people got all excited, the first one, and it's just like it's like the FOMO thing, fear of missing out for the other old people. I had to look it up too. But I think, yeah, people just went crazy. It's a limited edition, whatever. And I think people did that just thinking that they could buy them and flip them. I don't think anybody was like, oh, wow, cool, I want that ball so that I can drill it and throw it. I think everybody looks at it and they're like, oh my God, I need to get 1 million of these and then I can sell them all for a markup later. But I mean, I could put them on the list because, again, I don't think they weren't bad, but they're I don't know. I didn't mess with the E-Jackal, but again, that one wouldn't have gone on the list anyway. I think this is just a bad deal all the way around. And weren't they freaking REX Pearl again anyway, that we've seen 8,000,000 times? Yeah, it's REX Pearl again. Don't care. Even though we've seen HK22 on everything, for some reason, like every time we get REX, it's kind of like, gosh, REX Pearl again. But then we get HK22 on a Brunswick ball and we're like, yeah, yippee. But anyway, yeah, I can just poorly conceived, poorly executed, whatever. Both identity. If anybody wants to argue, we can argue, but I think that everybody seemingly is like, yeah, just L across the board. Physics Blackout, I think, was pretty good. Again, it's another dark REX Pearl ball. That's kind of like, okay, cool. We just had the Vibo, and every single time, oh, this was NEX Pearl. Okay, so it wasn't REX, it was NEX. So anyway, I think the Physics Blackout was good. I think universally we can kind of, yeah, but B7 balls were all good. Yeah, true. REX and every REX ball reacts exactly the same. Like the Night Road, the Vibo, the Dark Code, it's kind of like, gosh, they're all just kind of round and smooth. Okay. Oh, got a Bowler's Rant sighting in here. What's up, my guy? So yeah, Physics Black. We already talked about this IQ 78. Just bad. It's not even, again, when you have such good bowlers throwing stuff, it's bound to, there's a lot of those guys that could go grab a rock out of the parking lot and be fine with it. But the 78, if you can throw a black hammer, you're throwing a black hammer. Enough said. Nobody that had the option to throw a black hammer would willingly throw an IQ 78, like, ever. It only exists to be a 78 hardness ball for Storm staffers. It's the only reason it exists or gets thrown. The IQ AI, I am a fan of. I think it looks good. So I think it looks good. IQ Tour. I'm going to move on from the IQ AI. It's nothing special, but I can't call it a bad ball, and that's what we're not trying to like debate everything. We're ultimately trying to find out, okay, there's supposedly all these bad balls on the market that all these people are like, gosh, if I was a ball reviewer, I would just tell people the truth. And so we're really trying to find the bad bowling balls. So bad bowling balls, where we're trying to find the bad ones that everybody's talking about, all these bad bowling balls out there. And if they were a ball reviewer, they'd be honest and they'd tell people the truth. So we're out here telling people the truth, man. Yeah, no complaints on the IQ. And that's the thing. It's like, I think, well, yeah, it's good, but it's nothing. I wouldn't really go out of my way for it. I'm sorry, puppies. It's just Storm. Never mind. The IQ Tour, we know about that one. Phase 2 Pearl. This one, I think, is going to be another case of overblown marketing, and everybody's going to get hyped, and they're going to overlook the Viking for it. And then I haven't seen anything good on this ball yet, and everything I've heard is it's mediocre at best. It looks like it's really clean and then really slow. It looks very Zen 25-ish from what I've seen so far, but we haven't even gotten regular reviews out there yet. So I mean, and my guys haven't gotten theirs yet. We haven't filmed for them yet, so I don't want to dog on it. This is what marketing does to us. When we see the overblown crazy marketing, and then we get something like this, when people have been asking, when people wanted the most requested ball and company, when the people wanted the Phase 2 Pearl, it was like 2018. After the Phase 2 kind of caught on, it's like, God, we really want it. And then after the Phase 3 came out, well, the original Phase didn't act like the Phase 2 at all. The Phase 3 didn't act like the Phase 2 at all. And that's when people were kind of wanting the Phase, like, gosh, I want a Phase 2. I want a shiny Phase that acts like the Phase 2, because the original and the Phase 3 didn't. And then we keep getting more shiny phases, and they keep going different directions. And it's kind of like, why did we TX16? I mean, and that's why it took them forever to come back to TX16. And it's kind of like, the Phase 2 was such a great ball. Why do we just kind of abandon it and move on? And then all of a sudden we do it way too late when nobody cares about it anymore. And then the Phase 4 didn't act like a Phase 2 Pearl. And the Phase 5 was probably the closest one, but it was R2S. So it was significantly weaker. And so it's like, okay, whatever. So yeah, and I think people are already primed just because of the marketing. I think the Phase 2 Pearl is just primed for people to not like it on principle. I think people are already going into it with the attitude that they don't want to like it just because the marketing offends them. So Phase AI, I am absolutely, we can't rank that one yet. That's a question mark. Phase AI is another one that I would like to put on the list personally. Yeah, 4 and 5 were both are. And the funny thing is, they acted nothing alike. Fire the marketing team and start over. All SPI has is marketing. they have been, I have to give them credit. They've been, since the origin last year, there for a couple of years, they were making not bad stuff, or they were making bad stuff. But since the origin, most of the stuff has been pretty solid. Phase AI, I want to put on the list because I don't think it looks good for many people at all. It's just kind of it's a stronger phase 4. It's just kind of a chug and puke monster. It acts like it wants to hook, and then you trust it to hook, and then it just blah. So I would personally put the phase AI on the list. But all right, we got it. One down thumb. Duma likes it. Best friend went and got the Ember because the phase AI wasn't it. Phase AI worked well for me, but I can see why it would go on the list. League high average uses primarily a phase AI. So we're kind of, yes, Cardinal. Yes. So we're kind of hit and miss on it. And that's kind of what I've seen out of it too. It's kind of like there's some people, every time I see somebody throwing it, I'm like, but and even if they're succeeding with it, it just doesn't look good. Like it just doesn't roll good. And when somebody's got a big string with, I'm like, how? But it's like when I see people bowling well with the Zen Master, it's kind of like, how is that working out? Like I don't understand. But well, I'm going to put it on the list. If you want to argue with me, I was like everyone else, all the Summit Peaks. I love my peak. I kind of like the peak 300 with the AI after I knocked it down to 2000. I don't know. I've got enough back and forth. I would personally, and I guess this is the thing. I'm the ball reviewer. I would put it on the bad list, but we're like completely split here. So I'm going to leave it off for right now. It's meh. Yeah, I kind of feel like, I mean, I think, and again, going back to what the definition, what makes a bad ball? Is there something else on the market, or it'd have to be several other things on the market that kind of act like the phase AI, or that are in the phase AI zone, that are just better at everything than it is? Because the Zen Master, it didn't personally match up for me. I've seen a lot of people look good for, but it was just completely outclassed by everything else in Storm's own lineup. Storm had 3 other balls that were better than the Zen Master, let alone, we're not even talking the rest of the industry. I think the Ember is like a better phase AI, like across the board. It's in the same territory. It just does the same stuff, the same everything, but better. Get out of the box and it gets super pukey. We're very split on the phase AI. It was okay, but I can live with it being on the bad list. It's a mess, not a ball for everyone. Well, the AI cores, they adjusted them. They're not as bad as they used to be, but yeah, they're still, because Storm still, and this is the other thing too, is that they've recently started going with more, well, the lane surfaces in the country are 25, 30 years old. So they're starting to get really beat up. And there's a lot of friction in the heads. And so they're using, so they're intentionally building kind of cleaner covers. But when they put AI in them, the AI kind of makes the ball chuggy and slow. And so now we're getting a bunch of stuff that it's like, it wants to be clean and flippy, but it also wants to chug and roll. Yeah, I agree with Hunter. I don't think anybody, and even the people that like the ball is like, yeah, I like it, but I could see it being on the list. So, okay. Yep. It's on the list. Is on the list. Phase 2. Yeah, we can skip that. I think the High Road 40 is crazy because I think it and the Road Warrior are pretty good for where they at, for, what they are. But all I've seen in the chat so far is the High Road 40 and the Road Warrior suck. That's all I've seen. And I'm of course, I'm the ball reviewer. Obviously, I'm going to say everything's good. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds after all. But all I've heard from what I've seen of them looks good. But if everybody so far on the chat, all I've seen is I hated the High Road 40, I hated the Road Warrior. Not necessarily in those words. Yeah, Swift Cookies, High Road 40 looks bad. I'm sure it looks terrible for Austin. Slides Forever. I could see that. It is a very clean cover. And I could understand why people wouldn't like the Road Warrior. I think both of these are very niche. I think this is kind of the thing. Yeah, Road Warrior was great. Road Warrior's okay. Road Warrior's not good. I can live with kind of skipping these. Road Warrior from eBay, even not drilled for me, it's pretty awesome. I remembered that I was kind of surprised seeing in the chat here that have not seen a High Road 40 at all, only on YouTube. The Road Warrior I had heard generally positive things about, and even I think Tobias I had to go back and look, but Tobias, well, maybe Tobias didn't get one. Zach I know got one, and Zach liked it. Like the High Road 40 when I threw it at the demo. Yeah, I can see Austin. High Road 40 is not an Austin ball at all whatsoever. Road Warrior was fine, but 40 was like glass and ice rink. Okay, so I think what I'm seeing now is that High Road 40 is, as Kurt said, he liked it. Haven't seen a High Road 40. So I think we're generally negative on the High Road 40 and generally positive on the. It's like mostly negative on the High Road 40 and mostly positive on the Road Warrior. It's not a. Niche, but not on the list for both of them. Take a 40 over the Road Warrior. High Road 40 couldn't miss with it. Road 40 was horrible timing. Never threw it, never saw it. I'm going to put I'll split the gap here. I'll put the High Road 40 on the list, but I'll leave the Road Warrior off the list because it seems like it's mostly against the 40 and kind of whatever for the High Road and Pitch Black. We can skip those. I think people missed the High Road Pearl, which is why they got the 40. Okay. Core 2 different between the weights for the High Road 40. That's just kind of a High Road thing. Because if we look at the original High Road, the numbers are crazy. The 16-pound version is a significantly different ball than the 15 and 14-pound versions. 252.058, that is a monster. Monster. Then 257.046, 258.037. So you have very different balls between the weights. What's better, Ultimate Wrecker? I would say the Ultimate Wrecker, honestly. High Road and Pitch Black, we can skip over those. I think the Typhoon looks pretty good. And the Tropical Surges are such entry-level balls that they're kind of what they are. The Tropical Surge Solid was amazing. The rest of these, I haven't really seen them, and I think people treat these more like entry-level balls. They don't even really put them up with vibes, and they're not even vibe or hustle strong or anything, whatever. I think the Typhoon is pretty good. I would have trouble putting that one on the list, and I've seen some chatter about it already. I would have trouble putting that on the naughty list. Typhoon has been decent. I don't think it's necessarily special, but I would have trouble. That's the thing. I would have trouble putting it on the bad list and talking people out of buying it. I think I would. If somebody said, "Hey, I'm interested in the Typhoon. What do you think?" I'd say, "Yeah, if you want something cleaner and sharper that's kind of medium to lower strength, Typhoon. I'd feel comfortable recommending it." So, all right. Senate balls are for chicks and kids. I think so that does it for SPI. So before we get out of here, what we got on the list is the Zen 25, Origin EX, IQ 78, Level, both identities, Phase AI, and the High Road 40. Bro, the UC3. I still got 2 of those in the basement. UC3 was. So that's what I got on the SPI list. Typhoon definitely shouldn't be on the list. I'm inclined to agree. So we need to keep it off the list. So, all right. If we have an ultimate wrecker, why would we need a Viking? Yeah, they're completely different balls. One's kind of a, what are the golds, or what the, well, I guess I haven't, there's not one that I've argued with, like so like a golden buzzer. I don't have a golden buzzer for any of these because nobody, I didn't have anything that I thought was just amazing that everybody thought was terrible. So I didn't really have anything here that I disagreed with anybody on. But if we're talking like golden buzzer type of, if I had to pick one from, I would golden buzzer the Cove. That would get my golden buzzer for global. And I think it stayed off the list anyway. But the Cove I would golden buzzer for sure. The Rockstar Amped, I think I would give the golden buzzer to, because everybody else kind of agrees on the rest of the stuff. If we were going to put the Amped on the list, I would have to golden buzzer that one. And Equinox Solid Ion Max for Storm. I would have the rest of these. Well, and obviously, I mean, if somebody wanted to put the IQ or the High Road on the list or something, it's like, well, we just can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I need it in writing that I can use the UC3 at Nationals. Yeah, golden buzzer the entire Roto catalog. But no, I would Ion Max Equinox Solid. I would argue with. So I'm gonna start with, let's go to Columbia. All right. So now we're on to B7, and I'm going to start with the stupid brands. So I've been perfectly critical of Storm, but B7 needs to be B4. It just, some of these brands, they don't even care about some of these brands. I don't think that they have any idea what they're doing, what they want to do with Columbia outside of, we're just doing a bunch of vintage stuff because we have no idea what we want to do with this brand, and nothing we're going to do is any better than the stuff that we've already done. So yeah, I need to hustle through these. It doesn't mean that they're bad, but it's just, if I think that they just, leaving Hammer for the last because they have all the bangers. Yeah, we don't need to talk about Hammer. But some of these just, I think it's that they don't want to get rid of iconic brands on their watch. I think that they think that would look bad more than I think that they're losing money on these brands, and that they should get rid of them because nobody cares whether they're making good equipment or not. Nobody cares about Columbia. Nobody cares about Ebonite unless they're making a Game Breaker or a One. It's about time that they can start bringing the mission stuff back. But there's just too many brands. And I think it's one of those things. It's the idle problem. So the last 2 months, and I had Schlemmer on, and we talked about this on a live stream several years ago. But when they discontinued the original idle, they sold 20 balls. They shipped 20 units worldwide of the original idle in the last 2 months that it was in production. And so they're like, oh, okay, well, nobody's buying it. So the hype has died down. We're done. I guess nobody wants the idle anymore. So they discontinued it. Everybody screamed bloody murder. And they had so much, they had so many requests for that they actually made another production run of 1,500 balls to settle. They still kept it discontinued, but they made another 1,500 balls to satisfy the demand or the order. And that's one of those things that people, oh my God, it's such a great ball. Why would they ever discontinue that? 20 units worldwide for 2 solid months. That's why they did it. Like, come on, people. Oh my God, why would they discontinue such a great ball? You didn't buy it. They thought you didn't want it anymore, so they got rid of it. Sorry, if you want something to stick around, buy it. Anyway, and so I think that that's the problem. Like, nobody cares about Columbia. Nobody cares about Ebonite. But if they were to say, hey, it's time to retire Columbia, people would scream bloody murder, but they wouldn't. We had a barbecue place here in town that they announced that they were closing, and then everybody freaked out. They're like, oh my God, because it'd been a big hot spot for decades, but other stuff took it over, and it was kind of in the middle of town, and it was getting kind of a worse part of town, and everything was fresher somewhere else, and so they just weren't getting the business, and so they said that they were going to close. They were so busy for the next, I mean, they were packed for like 2 solid months, and then they said, well, okay, I guess if y'all are gonna, I guess we won't close then. If y'all are gonna keep us busy like this, and so they stayed open. Well, a month later, it was a ghost town again. And so they drug it out for another couple months, and they closed. They still ended up closing, and people tried to, oh no, don't close. Like, y'all didn't show up. We said we were closing, y'all showed up. And then when we said, oh, we're staying open, it's like, oh, okay, well, it's still here, but I never want to go to it. So that's what the story is. Anyway, I haven't thrown Angel through. So the last 2 of these, the Super CUDA Power Core and the Ricochet Pearl, are the 2 that we got a rally by mistake. I was supposed to get the Cypher Pearl, but we got the rally, and so Angel did throw that. We have not thrown the Power Core Pearl, the Super CUDA Pearl, the Pulse, or the Ricochet Return. I would put the Super CUDA Power Core on the list myself because it wasn't very good for me, but my sticking point was that it absolutely reminded me of the original Super CUDA. It's like there's a whole lot better balls that you can buy than this ball. But if you straight up want to be taken back to 2002 or 1997 or whenever the crap the original one came out, if you want that Super CUDA feel, it's it. It even has the freaking undrillable, because I got into the core and it turned the bit sideways. I think it's even still got that undrillable ceramic piece in the middle of the core. And so from everything from drilling it to throwing, it's like, oh my God, this. And yeah, that's the thing. I think that if you dump on the ball, you'll like the Super CUDA. It didn't really, it was kind of smooth and meh for me. I would like it significantly more right-handed. That would, out of these though, I've seen a lot of them. The Rally is a complete don't care about it ball, but it's pretty good. It's actually basically the Paragon Shadow. Very similar balls, different colors. And I think that that's really interesting for Brunswick, is that they have so many balls and so many of these lines that it acts exactly like this other ball from this other line, but nobody cares because the stuff is good. And the brands all have very clear separation, even though they put HK22 on absolutely everything. And you have so many of these balls, it's like this one reacts exactly like this one, that reacts exactly like this one, that reacts exactly like this one, but nobody really cares because it's all good. And so the only one here that I would put on the list is the Super CUDA Solid Hybrid, or whatever the crap this one is. The Ricochet Pearl, very good. I've seen the green, the Piranha Power Core Pearl looks really good. The Rally was good. The orange ball, everybody. Oh, James getting another. Thank you, sir. Super chat. The orange ball is, it's okay. Obligatory super chat. If I want another C300 speed without paying a lot of money, should I just get a Rally? No, I don't think so. The Rally is a lot earlier, and are you talking speed or top speed? And even speed, I wouldn't say. The speeds and the Rally. The Rally is a lot more like a Paragon, Paradox Shadow from track. They're the same ball. It's early-ish, and it's kind of strong, and it's archy, and it's kind of blendy. It just doesn't have the energy that any of the speed balls. It's quite a bit earlier than any of the speed balls. I just don't think it's really that close to any of them. I think that there's the original speed, if you took the shine off the Wicked Collision, you'd be really close, I think. I'm going to put the Super CUDA on the list because it's just, and that's what, again, we go back to the definition. What is bad? If we're putting something on the bad list, I think that the Super CUDA, there are several balls in that general range that I would recommend. There's nothing that it can do that some other balls can't do and do better. So I think for something to be a bad ball, it either has to be reaction deficient, which means it's not that versatile. It's kind of niche. You can't use it very often. And even when you do, you could be using 5 or 6 other different balls. Like, it's just redundant and it's not even that great. So, yeah, original speed, the red one, I think Wicked Collision with the shine knocked off. So we'll just go ahead and put that on the list for now. You got to give me one. Again, you got to give me one every once in a while, because I'm the ball reviewer here taking all the heat for saying everything's good. So, all right, we're done with, Columbia doesn't really have anything. We're done with Columbia. Let's go to Ebonite. Current ball lineup. The funny thing is, I don't think anybody cares about Ebonite, but they've got some. Ebonite almost kind of feels like global to me in a way, where nobody really cares, but they've got some bangers. Like the GB4, we can pass on the GBs. The Game Breakers are good. This Fireball Purple Gold, good. The one Reverb. The Real Time is maybe one of the biggest sleepers on the market. It is disgusting. It actually reacts a ton. Like the Rockstar Amped, if you throw on the Ricochet Return, yeah, I've heard a lot of good things. The Real Time is basically the Rockstar Amped. I don't think it. I think if they were the same color, you could not tell the difference. The Real Time is. I'm a big fan of the Real Time. If you can find one of those I don't think it discontinued. And I think I've recently had some friends. Real Time just had a 900 in California. Oh, cool. I'm not surprised. I think I just had a couple friends scoop them up because they're discontinued. They're getting hard to find, but it was sleeper. I mean, it's severely underrated ball, or just slept on. GB5 Pearl's good. If you want a Zen 25, but good, GB5 Pearl. Oh wow, thank you. 880, that's cool. Saying thanks. I could listen to this stuff for hours on end. Yeah, and I think this is another thing. This is kind of great road trip fodder. There's a lot of people that tell me it's like, well, I kind of like the longer stuff because I drive for work, and so I can just put this on and just listen to it for hours and be entertained. So that's why I don't necessarily mind going a little bit longer here. I know we're spending a lot of time on stuff, but it's interesting. It's fun to talk about because it kind of gives everybody perspective. It's great feedback for me to see. I try to be devil's advocate and get out of my own bubble as much as possible, but sometimes you just kind of get in the motions and keep your feet moving forward, and you forget to you got to recalibrate yourself every once in a while. And it's nice to know that we're all kind of on the same page here with most of the stuff, I think. The Turbo X, they did really well. It reminds me of the original. They got the feel right. The ball reaction's good. It's I can't really say anything bad about that. And then we haven't seen the Entity Pearl just got announced. It's a couple days ago, and we didn't get one. I haven't even seen it, but I know that the Entity, I've seen a lot of that. That looks really good. And the One Ovation, I've heard nothing bad about. The One Ovation, everybody's been raving about. I have not seen the Entity Pearl at all whatsoever, though, so I can't say anything.
I am kind of sad we stuck the Ovation because I like the Reverb so much.
Yeah, and that's
sad that I didn't get that.
So that this is kind of the thing that I might because we're so busy, I had to back off. And again, I don't know. Part of it is it's not that the stuff's bad. It's just nobody. Just to again, be transparent here. We had once I got off with Storm at the beginning of 2024, I didn't reach out to Brunswick at all. They sent me some and say, hey, would you like some stuff? And then I'm like, well, yeah, sure. I wanted to try some HK22 and a purple hammer, a black hammer, whatever else out. And then they, a couple weeks later, said, hey, we got a new staff, or we got not a staff, but a new ball list thing that we're doing. Do you want one of everything? I'm like, oh yeah, sure, great, whatever. It was an insanely busy year last year doing everything, and I just couldn't keep up with it. And so at the end of the year, I said, well, I'm like, this has been fun, but I can't keep up. It's too much. And because I didn't want to say, hey, yeah, can I just get this, and this, because nobody likes watching this or that or whatever else, I just said, hey, it's just too much. I can't keep doing it. It was a good year and it was fun. You guys are making great stuff, but I can't do it. And they said, well, how about, it's like, okay, well, that's fair. How about you just do some of the balls? Are you okay doing that? And I'm like, well, yeah, I didn't want to be that guy and just kind of pick and choose what I wanted. But yeah, if you're going to let me pick and choose, then sure. And they said, well, the easiest thing to do is just pick a few brands. Just pick like half the brands or whatever, and then we'll send you all of that stuff so that you can at least do some without doing everything. And so that's why I picked Hammer, Brunswick, and Track, obviously. But I mean, part of it, it's not necessarily the reaction, because all the stuff, because they're using kind of the same formulas for everything. And so everything is good. That's not the problem. I have plenty of good bowling balls. I don't need any extra. But I couldn't get anybody to watch a Columbia video or an Ebonite video or a Deviate video or a Radical video. And it just, that was kind of one of the things. It's like, gosh, I'm way too busy, and nobody wants to watch. Nobody wants to see this stuff anyway. And so it's like, I mean, sorry, I hate to be that guy, but that really factored into it. I liked a lot of the stuff. And again, every single time we did and that was, I really thought long and hard about the Ebonite thing, but I'm like, nobody wants to watch an Ebonite video. I'd absolutely love to get more balls like the GB5, and all the stuff we threw was great. It just, nobody cares. And it would have been really nice to get stuff like the GB5 Pearl and the Turbo X and the One Ovation and that stuff this year. Ebonite's had a very quietly banger year. I don't see anything on this page. And again, we haven't talked Entity Pearl. I don't see anything on this page that I would even want to have a discussion about. This might be like the most banger lineup out of everybody. I mean, this might even be about like Roto Grip. We went through pretty quickly because it's kind of like mostly good. I think Ebonite's almost got an even better lineup than Roto Grip does, but it's kind of incomplete because the only thing that they don't have, well, I guess, well, no, they've got a Fireball that's kind of lower end. Then they got a Turbo that's a little step up from that. And then they have the Real Time that's a little step up from that. And then we get up to the GB5s, and they have a few ASIMs. So they kind of they don't have as much in certain areas as Roto Grip's fleshed out a little bit more. But Ebonite, before we get into the Hammer stuff, for what the brand is, Ebonite might be the most quietly banger lineup industry wide. I think Motive is probably, it's got more, so they're probably a little bit more complete. Roto Grip's probably a little bit more complete, but we also had a few. I guess we didn't have anything from Roto Grip, and Motive had a couple that we could live without. But I don't see any misses on this list. I don't even really see anything to talk about. It's good stuff. So let's go to, so unless anybody has any objections, I'm going to move on. Radical. Blah. Radical. This Radical makes good stuff too. I hate the marketing. I mean, it makes me angry being on this page. I hate everything about Radical's marketing. Oh boy. God, I really wanted to hit her Pearl. I missed that one. As I talk shit on the brand. So yeah, I think we're all on the same page. Yeah, I'd fight anybody. No objections for Ebonite. I'd fight anyone about Ebonite. Yeah, I agree. Ebonite's solid. All right, so let's start at the top like we have done with everything else. The Intel Recon's one of the new ones. Haven't really seen much about it, but I can't imagine it's bad. What is it? Because the Intel's kind of it's kind of the IQ Tour kind of range, 243/032. It's just straight up HK22 Pearl, so nothing there. So this is basically a shiny HK IQ Tour. I can't imagine that being bad. Watch.
The key to launching a remake is to be sure it performs in today's environment like the original did in the environment it was launched. Phil Cardinelli here to introduce you to one of the most iconic balls in Radical's history. The Intel Recon. The Intel Recon uses the with HK20,
the comeback kid, overcoming insurmountable odds.
And the Intel Recon short pin drilling is ideal. 14 boards of total hook. That's all more hook, but lots more continue per angles closed. Motion. 21 boards of total hook, 10 boards of back end, and a big difference between the entry.
Okay, it's just radical marketing. My God. Oh, whoops. Blech. Anyway, I can't imagine that being bad. Like I just can't. I mean, I don't think it's anything special. It's not especially interesting, but this is just one of those. These are the kind of balls that need to still exist in the market, though. Something that we have seen before. It's like, well, I'm sick of getting redundant stuff and repackaged stuff and whatever else. But this is, and I would make this same argument for everybody. I think that stuff like this needs to be here. It's just simple, reliable stuff that you know what it's going to do, that you have confidence in. This is something that's like, I just need this simple ball for League or for this situation, whatever else. They've got an Intel Recon that's perfect. You don't even have to think about it. You don't have to wonder if they're, working marketing angles or whatever else. You just know it's a simple symmetric tour core and it's HK22 Pearl, period. We know about it. Just, swipe your card and forget about it. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So we can pass on that one. The Evil Eye, I've heard, I have never gotten a request. I mean, occasionally it's, are you going to review that one ovation from like one person? It's like, no, I'm not worried about it. I have had a lot of interest in the Evil Eye. I have heard, not only have I not heard anything bad about it, I've heard raving, like everybody loves this ball. And I've seen a lot of it. I can see why, but it's a GB5 stealth mode type of ball. And it's got some special core. And I actually have a video. Oh, funny that we speak about that because there's so many people that ask me to review this. And I'm like, well, I haven't thrown the ball, but so I had ChatGPT write me. I said, write a Radical Evil Eye bowling ball review in the style of Luke Rosedahl. And it spit me out the thing in like 5 seconds. And it's amazing. I haven't gotten around to making that video yet, but it's awesome. So I think it's great. So I'm going to do something about that. And the core is really cool. The super symmetric thing, I don't know how that's not an asymmetric core, but I guess it works out. However, but I've heard nothing bad about the Evil Eye whatsoever, and everything. It looks like a GB5, so I don't think that can be bad. The snapshots, I don't even know what this has to be asymmetric. I don't even remember because I care so little. Oh no, it's not. It's symmetric. This is another one of the super symmetric cores. 252/050 HK22C plus hybrid. Oh, so this also has chrome in it. No, that's C plus. It's not C squared. God. So there's no way that's bad, but I don't care. That's the thing is it's like, who gives a shit about any of this? The Guru Oracle. We're going to put that on the list for ugliest of the year. Yeah, every sim core does. It just at least the Evil Eye can be significantly ace. I think one of the layouts gets you up to an 022 int diff, which is for a symmetric ball. Everything turns into an asim, but most of you're only going to get to like 005 or 006 on the int diff. But the Evil Eye can get up to 022, which is bigger than like an Origin or anything else. I mean, just taking a symmetric ball and being able to turn it into a significantly asymmetric ball is a little different story. Fine, you can have I want some cookies, damn it. Anyway, Snapshot Hybrid, I can't imagine it's bad. Guru Oracle, it's ugly. Oh, there shouldn't be anything in the Intel Recon drilling instructions. I can't stand it. Drilling instruction sheets anyway. Most of them are garbo. But it gets up to like 018 or something. Drilling instructions. Int diff. Yeah, okay. Max flip, I guess, yeah. 018, that's okay. I can appreciate that. Anyway, moving on, because I don't want to spend any more time on this god-awful website than I have to. Then this is the thing. So I'm going to put the torpedo direct hit on there, even because everybody complains about it. But when used the way that it's supposed to be used and the way it's supposed to be used, and it looks really good, but I'm not going to argue with people. This one's so bad that even... Apparently this one is so bad that even like the reviewers are like, this is dog shit. It's the ball that made Ben from Bowler's Paradise quit. Because he just said like, I'm out. He's like, yeah, I'm burnt out. I need a break. And what is this ball? This ball is the biggest piece of shit I've ever thrown. It just doesn't hook. So it's like, oh, okay, well that's just put it out there like that. I want one of these. I want one of these because I like what I see, and everybody else, for some reason, doesn't understand what this ball is. And I think it's going to be great, but it's very niche and probably more for bigger rev rates, and you're not going to throw it very often or whatever else. So I can put it on the list. I can put it on the list. I have trouble putting the No Doubt on the list because it's a Zen. It's just a Zen. And mine was, I couldn't use it on our house shot because it just hook, stop, hook, stop, hook, stop. It looked really good in Tulsa last year, though. That's the only ball I threw. Yeah, the TDH is fine. It's just people did not expect that ball to do what it was for. So I think the direct hit's a good ball, but I will not argue putting it on the list. Let me put it that way. I might argue. I mean, the No Doubt. Look at the damn core. They straight up lifted the core from the Zen. I talked with Ben about 2 months ago. He was still complaining about the ball. It's so bad that he stopped making ball videos. That's hilarious. The No Doubt I would have trouble putting on the list because it was very hit and miss for me. It looked good in the review. I think this is one of those things, if you didn't have the volume for it, because it looked great in the review and I thought it was amazing, and then I tried to throw it in league and it was just hook, puke, hook, puke, hook. Well, it did the same thing to me that the original Zen did. Because when I threw the original Zen in the review, after finally getting one, I'm like, oh my God, this ball's the truth. Now I understand why everybody's raving about the Zen. And then every time after that I threw it, it was dog shit, dog shit. I drilled another one, dog shit. Re-drilled one of them with a different layout, dog shit. The No Doubt did the same thing to me. Looked great in the review, looked good at a tournament, and absolute no-go on the house shot. So... a zigzag come with rolling papers. Angel had this. It was good, but she hates purple. And this is another one I was like, I'm not drilling it. And she's like, well, I'm just going to drill it and then we're going to get rid of it, which happened. But it was it reacted good. So No Doubt I'd have trouble putting on the list. The Snapshot, don't care. Outer Limit Solid is really good. Everybody's had a lot of good things to say about that. And gosh, I really wanted one of those, but we didn't get it. And I have heard a lot of good things about the Torpedo. I haven't heard a thing about the No Doubt Solid. So I don't know. The Power Hitter, everybody said was good. So out of all of these, this is the most I don't care about any of this shit whatsoever company, but it's good stuff. I mean, well, and this is the Snapshot any good? Yeah, I think both the Snapshots are good, but it just the dumbest name I've ever heard, and they're just kind of boring looking. Snapshot hybrid's okay. That's ugly. That looks like whatever that the shim or the shim wrecker or whatever that big bowling ball was. That's what that snapshot reminds me of. Outer Limit Solid is good. Of like Golden Buzzer stuff for this would be the Outer Limit Solid and the Evil Eye, even though I haven't thrown the Evil Eye or the Outer Limit Solid. I've seen enough and everybody really likes those. But yeah, it's like, so I put the Torpedo Direct Hit on the list, but even the Guru Oracle, nobody cares. I think it's a good ball. Power Hitter, nobody cares. I haven't seen or heard a thing about the No Doubt Solid. Gabby just said the TDH is an ASIM Kaboom. The Kaboom was not good. Zigzag Solid's great. It looked really good for Angel, so I can't put that on the list. I've seen a few saying put the No Doubt on the list, but it was pretty okay for me in certain situations, but it was very hit or miss. But yeah, I can't. I've seen a lot of people say the torpedo. A lot of people like that one, but nobody. I'm not gonna see a Guru Oracle on the wall in a pro shop and say, yes, that's the ball. That's the one I actually want. Drill me a Guru Oracle. No, nobody has ever said that. I don't understand how stuff like that makes it out into the wild, because that is just the most no thanks ball I think I've ever seen. And yeah, that's the other thing. Just too many other balls. I would never buy these. Nothing about this marketing works for me. I hate all of it. The No Doubt looks, and this ball looks sexy. The Torpedo looks good. I kind of like that. Outer Limit Solid, I'm a fan of that. The Original Hitter, I don't like that font, but I get it. But some of this other stuff, the Evil Eye is, I get that they're leaning into their shtick, but the shtick sucks. I hate everything about this brand. But again, when we're talking about bad bowling balls, not a bad bowling ball, not a bad bowling ball, not a bad bowling ball. Not a bad bowling ball, not a bad bowling ball, not a bad ball, not a bad ball, not a bad ball, not a, so on and so forth. It's like, I hate the marketing and I can't stand any of it, but I'm not put one ball on the list that I'm not even really sure needs to be on the list, but it's good stuff. I mean, you gotta, okay. We're moving on. I'm done with this. Let's go to Deviate. Oh, whoops. I can't go to Deviate. I need to, so I'm sharing the screen. All right. Deviate's weird for me because some of the stuff is dumb, and I always thought that the kind of Deviate always reminded me of like fourth graders out on the playground that said their first dirty word and they were happy about it. Damn good bowling. It's like, we're tough, but we're like 90s sitcom tough guy, Don't deviate, stay on course. But Deviate, I think, Deviate's they've kind of found their footing, because there for a while they had like a Motive thing. Like Motive was really big for a while, and then they started making stuff like the Paranoia and whatever, and they kind of dipped off for a little bit, and then they're kind of on the last several years they've been back on the come up. I think Deviate's the same kind of thing. They came out really strong, and then they started making a bunch of meh kind of stuff lately here. And even this stuff that we started, the Violent Collision was one of our first ones. That was good for both of us. Troublemaker Pearl looked good. There was a lot of people that didn't like the Hater. Probably would have been on the list. I thought it was pretty good. The Chill was not good. We can put that in the not good category. Yeah, the Heckler Hybrid looks like a high wire. Yep. The Wicked Collision was very good. The Mantra was very good. The Heckler was very good. Troublemaker Solid looks like it's a black and white photo that should be a color photo, but it actually looks like that. I was really disappointed about the Dark Side. That just looks so sweet. I mean, that Dark Side looks sick. Everything about it. Angel Hates Purple. Everything about this the look of this, the name, whatever else, this ball works for me on a different level. So I might need to remember if I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna order a few righty things now that I need to kind of fill my arsenal out. The dark side, I think, has to be on the list because that's just too sexy to leave there. Hater Pearl, I haven't really seen a whole lot on, and I think just because the Hater was kind of like, oh well, it's the Hater Pearl, I think is decent, but the Heckler's good. I know that for a fact. The Troublemaker solid. A lot of people have liked that. The Hater Pearl, I really haven't seen anything on, so I just don't know. Yeah. G. Bryant, does B7 put more into certain brands within their umbrella? Yes. And it's mostly because of fan following. If they, I mean, obviously Hammer is there. You'll see when we get to Hammer, because like a lot of these brands, it's like, okay, they have DV8's got 7 balls out currently. Columbia has something like 6 or 7. Ebonite's got 8 or something. Then we go to Hammer and they've got like 18 balls right now, but it's because Hammer drives the bus. It's some of these other brands, they're kind of putting balls in the brands to kind of keep them alive, but nobody cares about them. So, but DV8, I think we've got a really solid lineup here. I know the Mantra Solid's amazing. I've seen a lot of the Severe Collision everybody's really liked. And the Heckler Hybrid is a new one for this month, so I haven't seen anything about it yet, but I just can't imagine it's bad. Like, then that's the weird thing about the Brunswick stuff is I can look through all this stuff, and as outside of something like the Torpedo Direct Hit and just kind of the one-offs, the good thing and the bad thing about everything being the same is that there's a lot of redundancy, but it's all good. Like I have a very hard time. So this is a mild ASIM HK22C Maximum Havoc. It's just going to be good. I don't see any way that this is bad.
With the two-handed revolution in full force, DV8 is excited to introduce the Heckler Hybrid, a ball built to break boundaries. Heckler Hybrid provides total freedom. Any layout, any style, no limits. No thumb innovation is the name of the game.
Smoother version of the Mantra
Core makes another appearance in the DV8 lineup. It began with the Troublemaker, evolved through the dark side, and now the Heckler Hybrid takes it to the next
I hate
level.
these type of videos.
With this
everybody
launch,
does
the DV8
them.
team is working to re-engineer
Like, I
the
want
drill
to see
sheet
the
to
damn
simplify
ball.
the layouts
Can you
like
just
never before.
throw the damn
Any
ball
style,
so we can watch
any
it?
condition, anywhere. Simply pick the motion, tune the layout, control the chaos. Whether you're a high rev power player or a smooth lower rev player, the Heckler Hybrid's advanced core design matched with Maximum Havoc hybrid cover stock is built to rule the lanes. In our follow-up video, DV8 staffers Cam Crow and Nick Luther will put...
Yes, he sounds like somebody that could put people to sleep too. But yeah, I can't imagine that that's bad. I don't think it's going to be like anything special. But I don't... Keltzow says the Heckler Hybrid moves. I'm sure. If it's HK22C, it's gonna go nuts. And that's the problem, is we could probably look at the rest of the lineup or the rest of the brands, and there's probably 4 or 5 other B7 balls that react just like it, but nobody cares because the brand identities are so deep and so different that I think that's why people let them get away with it, because DV8 is one specific direction. Radical is a very specific direction. Track's a very specific direction. Hammer, all of their brands, even the ones that they don't really, Ebonite and Columbia that are just kind of like, I don't know what those even are. There's definitely very defined lines between their brands.
That's an ugly ball.
So, that looks like the high wire we have in the basement. Angel doesn't like it. But again, I don't I don't see any way that this is bad. It's brand new, so we can't really do anything with it. I know the Mantra Solid's amazing. That's a really cool look. That looks like the original Halo. Just the rest of these.
If I can see it. Oh, okay, I like that one.
Yeah.
The only reason I even didn't like the Halo is because I hated the logo.
Yeah.
I actually liked the colors of it, but I hated the logo so much I refused.
So yeah, I don't see anything The Hater Pearl, I don't know about the Hater Pearl. I haven't even seen that thrown, I don't think. So that would be the only one I would consider putting on the list, but I have seen the rest of these outside of the Heckler Hybrid that we just watched, but it looks like a Mantra, because the Mantra had that same kind of clean, sharp, but also tumbly kind of look to it. So it doesn't look like anything and that's the thing, is just because it's not some brand new revolutionary, we should all know by now that bowling technology outside of the nips and tucks and the interesting things like the dot technology or the Duramax or maybe some kind of additive or something that reduces that helps reduce cracking or something like that. It's not going to be because people say, oh, I want to see new technology and I want to see them do different things. It's like, where we talked about this earlier. It's like, where do they go? You can't make anything more responsive. You can't make anything hook anymore. You can't make, what are we going to make now? Like, where is there to go? There's not anywhere besides just the kind of, Bring Me the Horizon songs, Dark Side and Mantra. So yeah, I don't see anywhere to go outside of the kind of interesting, different kind of, or like the super symmetric cores. Okay, that the Evil Eye core, that's cool. Is it really, whatever? But people really just want the same thing repackaged over and over again. Hey, Timothy. But, and it's really just okay, well, what do you want you want stuff that looks cool going down the lane in League. So is the future of these new cores where you can change the diff, int diff a ton based on new drillings? Yes, but no, because you would have to drill. It's like, okay, well, I can put one layout on it that makes it do this, or one layout on it that makes it do something quite a bit different, but you could just drill a ball that already was where you wanted to end up with this one layout on this ball. Is there a brand that holds its surface longer than other brands? That's kind of a trade-off of reactive balls. They are going to shine, but Motive's Duramax, the balls that they have used that on, Duramax does significantly hold its surface significantly longer. So yes, I would say look for the Motive Duramax balls. They really, it's games longer. I think my Evoke, when I got the original Evoke, you'd have to have, I'd have had to put a surface scanner on it, but I'm sure that Hickland has done a few videos that direction. The Duramax stuff does hold up longer. It just does.
I have yet to see any change in my Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
And that thing's probably got over 100 units on it.
Yeah. And even when they do kind of shine up, they still don't look super shiny. Anyway, we can move on from DV8 because I think I don't know about the Hater. But I think we can move on here. Getting kind of close to the end here. We have what do we have? We have Brunswick, Track, and Hammer left. So we'll go to Track. We'll knock them out first. Okay, even though all right. Track is very interesting because they have, and this has always been this way with Track, a ton of ASIMs. Track is kind of the techie like engineer company. So they've always had a lot of ASIMs and then just a couple other balls. I don't see any holes anywhere. Is the Mania one to throw on a fresh house shot? It is for me on the left side of the lane, but generally I would say no. The Mania is going to need some friction or the cover stock taken down. Yeah, even though the ball manufacturers say not even, I think there's nowhere else for Ball Tech to go outside of making things more durable from a longevity standpoint or from something like Duramax. But people looking for like wildly different people looking for different ball reaction from what we have. We're already there. It's just in the tertiary things. where make them last longer, make the surface hold up longer, make them less prone to cracking, and that's the only direction. So anybody that thinks that bowling technology is going any other different direction, then sorry. Do those alerts keep popping up on the screen? Well, I keep getting the Discord alerts and stuff keeps popping up on the screen. I don't know if that is actually going through the YouTube thing or not. Let me sign out of Discord. Logging out. So anyhow, so yeah, track. I don't. Oh, no alerts. Oh, okay. Because that. Well, yeah. Okay. So the screen's not being. Okay, I'm just showing the screen, not showing everything that's popping up on the. Dude, it's not a screen. Anyway, I don't see any. And even though my Theorem Pearl I didn't quite match up with, the Criterion Hybrid was just orders of magnitude way too strong for me to ever throw. I don't see. Yeah, if I got to pick one to put on the list, it's the Criterion Hybrid because it's just orders of magnitude. Yeah, and I would agree with this. That's why I appreciate the overseas market. They have known long sellers and they just repackage them with different. But yeah, and overseas they don't make it like everything's revolutionary and a super step forward, and it's just different. They know that they're playing Mr. Potato Head, and everybody's okay with that. And I think that they would be okay with that here too if they just said, hey, if they would just play Mr. Potato Head and give people combinations that they wanted. That's why everybody's always so jealous of the overseas stuff. It's like, man, I wish that they'd do that here. It's like, gosh, I really like this core and I really like this cover. I wish they'd put them together. If they did that more often here, I think they'd be more successful rather than trying to act like every single ball they put out is some revolutionary, giant technological step forward. I think that the marketing is the biggest thing that people are really getting out of touch with. I think the thing that they just really are kind of done with. It's like everything is newer, bigger, stronger, badder than the last, and everything's a must-have in the bag, and everything's and then people know it's not. I think that the industry is kind of disconnected with the consumer from that. But there's a lot of bangers, and this is one of the reasons I wanted to keep the track lineup, because the Theorem's disgusting. I really did like the Criterion. The Stealth Mode's disgusting. A Criterion Hybrid was just way too strong for me to throw. Angel really likes the Paragon Shadow. The Theorem's solid. God, I wanted to drill that ball so bad, but my shoulders didn't work. Criterion Inverse, Angel really likes that one too. So yeah, I don't see anything. And the Cypher Pearl, I think that the original Cypher I would have put on the list, probably. Yeah, I would agree. Fire Team, that's exactly it. The Stealth Mode is sharper and a little stronger than GB5. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah, Cypher Pearl's a contender for the list. My original Cypher I kind of liked it, and I could see the Cypher actually, the pros liked it because it was kind of it didn't fight them for length, and then it didn't kind of turn sideways. So it was something they could kind of keep in front of them. They could play with the surfaces and whatever else, but mine was just clean and then forward. I've seen some people really like the Cypher Pearl, but I don't know. We didn't get that one. We should have gotten that one. We got the Rally instead. So that's kind of pissed me off because I looked at this ball. I'm like, oh my God, I want that ball so bad.
Yeah, we actually thought they were going to go ahead and ship it. And then it's just like, oh, we'll just
Yeah.
do the Rally. It's like, oh.
Yeah, they said, yeah, I told them about it. It's like, yeah, that's just a screw up. Just go ahead and go with the Rally and we'll move on for now. The Cypher Pearl fits. I could see that. I could see that.
It was purple, so I wouldn't get that either way.
So yeah, Cypher Pearl is a love it or hate it. I'll put it on the list. Just we don't have a whole lot of B7 balls on the list yet, so I'll put it on the list. Yeah. Energize needs to go on the bad list.
Oh,
That's what we're talking. We're putting bad balls on the list.
Oh,
The Energize is my golden buzzer.
okay.
Oh, so yeah, I guess we've forgotten about, if I had to I mean, obviously the Theorem's a golden buzzer here. The Theorem solid. Well, the stealth mode. Gosh, a lot of these personally, I wouldn't. The Paragon Shadow is a rally. They're the same ball. They're just different colors. The Theorem Pearl, I can see people liking it. It didn't quite work for me, the shape. Criterion, the inverse looked really good. I was ready to fight her for that one, but it's just more of a her ball, and she actually really does like it. Super bummed I couldn't drill the Theorem solid. I would golden buzzer the Theorem solid, the Theorem, and probably the inverse, Criterion inverse.
Oh, I'm gonna let you have that one.
Yeah, but it was going to be good for you anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're probably like half of these I'd golden buzzer, honestly. Theorem stealth mode, Theorem solid, and Criterion inverse. And that's not saying the others are good too. So I mean,
for the Energize, we should have just
yeah.
So,
yeah. Angel thought that we were like doing a good list too. It's like, no, the Energize is freaking amazing. So all right. The Criterion, yeah. Slap, you've put that out there a few times. All right, so we've got Brunswick and Hammer left, so we're gonna Brunswick bowling / balls. All right. So we go. Let me see the intense mindset. God, that's one that would have had to go on the list because most people didn't like it. I love that ball. So yeah, we gotta start at the top. Start at the top. One bite. Everybody knows the rules. The alert, banger. I will not hear any slander. The Energize, I need one of those, especially now that I'm right-handed, or that I am bowling some right-handed.
If you get yourself one, you have to be another.
Yeah, Energize is disgusting.
But if you're only gonna order one, you don't get it.
Disgusting. Yeah, and Angel has one, and she wants it. Yeah, she said if you order one for yourself, you have to order two. So yeah, the Energize, out of I think all the balls on the market right now, if somebody said you could drill one ball, it would be the Energize. It would be very tough between the Nebula's awful good too. But if I'm drilling one ball for either hand and throwing it for all of 2026, Energize. Oh, hey, what's up? We got ZVL in the chat here too. So what is up? Yeah, Energize is a top tier cliff ball for a righty, slightly longer and quicker origin. Yeah. Yep. I would agree with that. The Energize is dirty. And that's that's golden buzzer for like the entire industry. I think the Energize is just, it's him or her or whatever you want to say. Yeah, the Infinity Quest is one I will go on ahead and put on the list because Hutch, it was so bad that for Hutch. Now, Angel really likes it and it looks good for Angel, but I think that she seems to be in the minority there. So I will put the.
I have made the comment too that if a ball looks bad for me, it's going to look bad for.
Yeah, the Infinity Quest. I think Angel's the only person that the Infinity Quest looks good for, because Hutch, it was so bad for Hutch that he just flat out was like, yeah, I can't stand this ball. Sucks. I can't stand this thing. But yeah, I think, well, in the Infinity line, like the original Infinity, like Fire Team said, the Infinity line IMO are kind of stinkers. Yeah, they're kind of early and chuggy, and the Beyond Infinity I kind of liked for a minute. I liked the idea of it more than I actually liked the ball, and every time I tried it was okay in the review, and every time after that I tried to throw it, it was just too slow. It was just too pukey, and I think that that's in general the Infinity line. The original wasn't that good. Yeah, the Beyond was really pretty, and then Angel got the Quest, and the Quest looks good for her, but she's like the only person it looks good for. I haven't seen it look good for anybody else. It just kind of, the Infinity Quest is one of those, G, to answer your question, it's one of those where it both wants to hook at your feet and also go 60 feet and give up type of balls. Like if it sniffs early friction, it is gone. But if you have some oil, it just kind of skids and then hooks and pukes. So I'm content putting that one on the list For speed DOMs, yes, absolutely. That's a great point. If you throw it hard and you want something that you can still kind of keep in front of you, but that does, it's chuggy and tanky, it will hook and it will pop for you down lane. So yeah, for speed dominant bowlers that just want to kind of dump truck the pocket, yes, absolutely. But I do not disagree with putting it on the list. The combat is, I think, almost as good as the energize, but you have to do something with the surface. It for some reason, whatever it is with this specific ball and the shine, it just doesn't hook with the out of the box. It just does nothing. But as soon as you fix the surface, it is not exactly what you think it would be. It's not what you think it would be. Yeah, Zach and I can talk about the challenges. I fortunately at least can tell the center whatever I want. They'll give me whatever I want whenever they want it, as long as they're not slammed. But we can definitely talk about the challenges of. I'll have to have Zach on sometime. We can talk about the challenges of trying to make bowling content work when you have interesting situations. It's like you would think this, like, well, just tell them to do this or have them do this or do this. And it's like, well, there's only so much time in the day and there's only so many things that you have control over. Only so many things that make sense too. So I'm sure we could talk for hours on that. But the combat, I think, it's not, this is one of those where Brunswick has done this a few times. They have storm moments where they say that something, oh my God, this is a super skid flippy ball. The combat is not a skid flippy ball. It's just not. It's a very no rules pearl kind of ball, or kind of a UFO alert would probably be the best comparison for the combat, because it's pretty clean, but then it's really round and kind of continuous down lane. It's not a skid flippy ball. So I kind of cringe on some of their stuff. Oh my God, this is super back in. I was like, no, it's not. But the combat is, it gets through the fronts and then it kind of rounds off down lane. Very hard to miss the pocket with. Very versatile. You can you can keep it in front of you. You can get back from anywhere. You can change your shapes with it. The combat is almost as good as the energize, but you have to take it for what it is, and you have to change the surface out of the box. Otherwise, you're in trouble. So, yeah, my center threatened. There you go. My center threatened to ban me from filming because I'm making money on their lanes. So everybody says, gosh, you guys are so lucky. It must be so nice to get free bowling balls and to whatever else. And then you have stuff like that happen. So, okay, cool. Yeah, we're almost done anyway. So Pete Dohan has it correct. You're giving the center free marketing. Yep. There's two ways to skin a cat. The Ethos Solid, I've seen that already. People saying we have to put that one on the list. We do. It's very niche. It's very good, very extremely good at one specific thing. It's not versatile. It's not what you think it is. It's not close. I mean, because the Ethos Solid should be in GB5 stealth mode territory. It is not with a Joker. Not. So I have to put it on the list. But once you accept it for what it is and you use it in the way it needs to be used, it is disgusting. It is the best, worst ball on the market, which is weird. But the Ethos Solid is the best and the worst ball on the market all at the same time. So I have to put it on the list for the sake of transparency. I have to do it. But yeah, Crown Victory. Everybody knows about the Crown Victory, and if you don't, you should, because it's great. The Crown Victory is Ilpad dropping. I just showed up to make fun of James, but he's not here. Yep, James left earlier. Here's a couple beers on me nonetheless. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're almost done. So for everybody that stuck with me for the entire 3 hours and 15 minutes, I am hungry and I do need something more to drink. Starting to get a little dry in the throat here, but we're having fun. There's still a lot of people hanging out, so we will. We've got a lot of stuff to get through with Hammer. The Crown Victory is really good. That's one of those kind of. This is one of those. The real time is a little stronger version of the Crown Vic, but everybody, and this is one that completely stunned me when Angel was throwing it, because I kind of looked at it and I'm like, oh, well, this is kind of like a shiny Cypher. It's kind of the same numbers, and it's okay. It's HK22 Savvy Hook. The core looks cool, a different kind of a look, but this is the core from what? Endeavor. This is the Endeavor core. And I thought, okay, well, a solid Endeavor, whatever, but it's honestly disgusting, actually disgusting. I didn't think it was going to be anything special, but the Crown Vic, everybody knows about the Crown Vic. It's awesome. So Ethos Hybrid, in general, like the Ethos Pearl was not good. The original Ethos was not very good. The Hybrid, I think, is the best of the Ethoses. I've seen it look pretty good. Somebody says I hate my Ethos Hybrid. Oh, I guess I just woke up. Well, yeah, you're on a different time zone. Yeah, the Crown Vic is. I might have to get one of those. God, I'm gonna have to. I need to go downstairs and drill some stuff instead of ordering like 1,000 new. Yeah, instead of ordering $1,000 worth of Brunswick balls. Hypnotize is good, kind of boring. Nothing really special, but it's solid. It's a pure envy, maximum effect. They're all the same thing. But again, they're all good. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like people don't really mind if there's redundancy when it's kind of, different companies and they're good. Ethos Hybrid. Yeah, the real time, real time disgusting. Ethos Hybrid I thought it generally looked good, but I saw one person throwing it, and it's our tester. Otherwise, but you look at this on a wall in a pro shop, nobody's going to pick this out and say, yeah, that's the one that I want. Nobody's going to do that. The Ivory Rhino Pro, this was pretty good. I was about to skip it because I thought it was a white dot there for a second. The Ivory Rhino Pro was pretty good. Mesmerize is still one of the best strong balls out there. I think it's between ADHD whiskey. Yep. Favorite whiskey tubes. God, I was thinking about starting my own. Angel and I actually started a beer and whiskey channel because she can't stand the taste of most stuff, and so it was basically just me talking about, because I like a bunch of stuff. I'm a big Scotch guy, and she makes faces because she can't stand the taste of the vast majority of alcohol, and so it was I would review it, and then I would just make her taste stuff and make weird faces. Anyway, the Mesmerized. Do we have any more thoughts about the Ethos Hybrid? I saw one person said that they didn't like it, but nobody else is kind of like, whatever. The Mesmerize, I think it and the Ion Max are like neck and neck for like the best, most versatile heavy oil balls on the market. I have them like neck and neck. I can't really, it's a toss up for me on those. And then the Vaporize, James had one that he didn't the first one he didn't necessarily like, and then I think it was just like playing tricks on his eyes or something. And I liked my Vaporize quite a bit, and I haven't really heard anything negative about it. I generally positive, but nobody raves about it, so to speak. But I don't think it goes on the list. I could be okay with putting another Ethos on the list, but none of this other stuff. It's all just solid. Solid to amazing. Brunswick has very quietly got a couple of the best balls on the market right now, I think. Are we ready to move on to Hammer? I haven't seen a comment here in a few minutes, so I think we're ready to Spay Burn. I have got, let me see. I've got right now I got a bottle of Lafroig. I've got a bottle of Lafroig single barrel. I don't have anything. I had a Aberlour 16 was pretty good. And I know I'm completely butchering. We had a legitimate Scotsman in town a few months ago to kind of tell me how everything should be pronounced. But I'm big into the really peaty stuff. Lafroig is probably my top of the top. I really like that. Ardbeg, I like quite a bit too. Ugadal. I like the Ugadal. Thanks, Mister. I drank that bottle pretty fast. Thanks, Mr. Ilpad, for bringing that to me. Maybe a topic for another video. Are you bowling righty for a bit? And with the current ball stuff on the market, how would you put it together a 6-ball arsenal for yourself? Yeah, I actually, before I started the stream, I did the video about my whole arm situation thing. Might come out later tonight. Probably not with the stream. I don't think I'll have enough time to get to it. Anyway, we put the Ethos Solid on the list in the Infinity Quest. So Brunswick has a couple of the worst balls on the market and a couple of the best balls on the market all at the same time. The T zones are bad. They don't hook for me at all. Yeah, put them all on the list. But yeah, other than that, unless anybody particularly has a bone to pick with the Ethos Hybrid, I think we can move on. So put something on. I'm going to leave it off, but if somebody really thinks it needs to go on the list, then we'll get back on a darker website so my face is not blinding. Hammerhead balls. All right. So we've got Dear Lord. Lots of stuff to get through. And again, somebody, I think G was the one that asked earlier about Hammer is one of their big, Hammer has been a big brand for a very long time. Yeah. Lagavulin. Yeah. Ethos Hybrid is awesome. Just forgotten because I don't have the list up on the screen. I'm going to put it up on the screen as soon as we're done with this. There's not enough room to kind of, I can only share one screen at a time. So we're going to go through. Yeah. Highlands and the Speyside. And apparently it's Islay, the Islay malts, not Islay. I was corrected on that. So I like the Islay. Anytime Angel sees one of those, the Islay malts, then yeah, if it says that on there, she's good to get it. So, all right. So, yep, Tony Reyes. Yeah, they were thinking Hammer is the number one selling brand in bowling, which I think the one single brand. I think SPI probably. Well, and I don't know. Brunswick with 7 brands might aggregately. Storm's probably the biggest brand or umbrella, but Hammer is probably the biggest selling single brand. Period. Isla, okay. Well, we had a legitimate Scotsman, and he pronounced it differently, but I would have to look up where he's from again. He's probably napping. But yeah, we don't. I have to get over there. I'm just gonna come to Scotland for like a month, and we're gonna go touring like everything. I need to get some Talisker. I haven't had any Talisker in a while. Anyhow, we're talking bowling balls. I can get sidetracked very easily. Zero Mercy Solid. This is really interesting because it's the most impressive ball reaction I've ever seen. But I don't know when anyone's ever going to use it. Ever. I don't understand. When would anyone legitimately use something that's this strong and this fast at the same time? When I want something strong, I don't want it check marking. I want it more controllable. This is the most impressive but most seemingly useless ball. And I'll have to see. Maybe it'll look good on House Shot Shined Up. I'll have to see what happens with it. but it's not bad. And I don't even, and that's the other thing, is that the ball reaction is so impressive that even if it's not effective, can you call it a bad ball? It just, yeah, it looks sexy, but it just doesn't knock the pins down. But it does knock the pins down. I mean, it was a little bit too. It was a little bit too much ball for our testing pattern, but it looked really impressive, and I struck a bunch with it too. So the Zero Mercy Pearl, I think Angel's. Brian pronouncing the names of a bunch of Scotch. I might have to look that up. Zero Mercy Pearl, I think we got a different kind of experience than everybody. It was incredibly clean and kind of forward and pukey for Angel with the shine on it. She eventually trapped it like right down the side and it looked okay. Once she added the surface to it, it was top tier. It was top shelf. I'm talking about whiskey. But the Zero Mercy, I think she got a weird one because everybody else's experience seems to be quite a bit more stable and flippy and stronger for everybody else than it is for her. So I'll probably leave that. And again, these are brand new. The new 2.0 is the truth. I think this one's going to catch on. This one's going to be extremely popular. So we can move on. The maximum effect, I don't know about because it's basically the pure envy. I think that they significantly overstated how strong this ball is. It's kind of strong for like 10 shots right out of the box. And then once it lane shines quickly. And then when it gets some lane shine on it, it is very clean and responsive. More clean than responsive, but it is not once the surface is gone, it's not a strong ball at all. Top shelf is a radical thing. So yeah, it's not a bad ball. It's just the marketing is a little too strong on that one. The Tour V1's great. It also kind of does, once it shines up a little, it gets a little ultra clean, but it's still, if you want a good version of the original Ion Pro, get the Tour V1. It does end up being cleaner and weaker than you would expect it to, based on what it looks like on paper. Still a good ball. You just have to, there's just a little extra to understand there. I really like the Anger Solid. I think it kind of takes me back to the Anger Solid is a lot like the Primal Ghost. They shape the same. I think the Anger maybe digs a little bit and the Primal Ghost is a little cleaner and sharper. But the Anger Solid's really good. It kind of takes me back to the High Road Nano, where it just kind of does everything right. But in this, you can flip a coin between this and the Primal Ghost almost. I see people wanting me to put the bubblegum on here. I think the bubblegum's really good. I will put, again, this is again not me trying to talk anybody into anything. If people think that the bubblegum belongs on the list, I'll put it on the list. I really like it. I think it's pretty good. Justin said something, yeah, Arctic is peak vibe. Arctic would go on the list for me. Not a fan. Speak now. I'm going to try to get through the rest of these so we can do the recap and get out of here in under 4 hours. The Hazmat Pearl is not, the issue, and that's Gaz. The thing there is the only issue with the V1 is it seems to shine up quicker. It does shine up very quickly, and so if it's not one that you want to run shiny, then you probably need to look at something else because it wants to be shiny. It doesn't matter how much surface you put on it; it will be shiny again in 10 shots. So I don't match well with vibes in general. More useful Arctic vibes. Yeah, the Arctic and me never really got along because it wanted to chug and roll up my feet and also go 70 feet and turn sideways all at the same time. The Hazmat Pearl, I think, is pretty solid. The issue with it is I think it seems more like a Hammerhead Solid than a Hazmat because the Hazmat Pearl does not act like the original or the Solid at all. It's significantly chuggier, heavier rolling, definitely stronger. So if you're expecting Hazmat Pearl, you will not get Hazmat Pearl. It's very chuggy and heavy rolling, fairly strong ball too. So if you know what you're in for, I think it's great. If you don't, you're going to be surprised. So Anger Pearl's been a game changer. Yeah, the Anger Pearl, if it was, it's still on the list. The Anger Pearl's good. Special effect. I was thinking the intense mind. I don't think anybody really liked the intense mindset either. The special effect does not act like any of the rest of the effects, but I love the special effect. I love the intense mindset and the special effect because they're the same ball. There's the color is the only difference, and they're not actually the same ball. They react identically. I can't see any difference. I can't tell the difference between the two balls, throwing them, watching them, whatever else. They're the same ball. I don't think a whole lot of people like the special effect because it was cleaner and a lot weaker than I think people were expecting it to be. So I think I would be okay, even though and this is one of the things, I really, really personally love this ball, but if somebody put it on the list, I could absolutely understand. So that's one I will, and I won't even golden buzzer that one. Somebody asked, new 2.0 or the Shadow Tank, they're too different for me to really compare them. They don't act like the Shadow Tank acts like a slightly stronger, it's a stronger, chuggier, slightly sharper black hammer. The new 2.0 does not resemble urethane really whatsoever. And it does, but again, it's hard to describe. Watch my video I did. It's incredibly hard to describe. Teammate threw his special effect and saved 7 points for us last week. Pairs well with him. Yeah, it really matched up well with me. Granted, I also left a Lily with it last year. I left 5, 7, 10 because it was puking that night. But I even got my picture taken. But the special effect I really liked, but I would not argue with putting it on the list whatsoever. The Hammerhead I would. The Hammerhead's great. It's really good, and the shape difference between it's more archy and directional. It's not quite as archy and like forward as the Hazmat Solid, but it's not quite as round and continuous as the GB5 or the Stealth Mode, and so it's like a stronger IQ. Well, it's not the GB5 and the whatever else, they'd be stronger IQs. Hammerhead is. It's kind of tough it's right in between there. I'm trying to think of what else I would compare it to, but it does not belong on the list. It just doesn't. Black Widow Mania. I really like this. I'm close to golden buzzering this ball, but there's a lot of people it's too clean and flippy for. And I could also see that one getting put on the list, even though that's my ball of the year. You heard it here first. Anybody watching this, that's my pick for ball of the year. It's just been so ridiculously amazing for me. That's all I threw all summer. If I'm bowling league left-handed, there is no reason for me to ever bring or throw anything else. Black Widow Mania, we're done. So unless anybody disagrees, we're going to move on. 3D Offset Assault. I think this ball got discontinued here recently. And it didn't personally, this is the flip side. This one I really wanted to like because it was close to being good for me, but it really wasn't. But I thought it was an impressive ball reaction. I was kind of bummed. If I would like that one righty. I thought the Assault was pretty good. The Anchor, I think, is very high roadish. I think it's pretty good as long as you keep that in. Yeah, I can go on the list only because it's like, yeah. The Effect Tour was another one I think I'd really like. Yeah, the 3D Assault's really good. I would agree with it. I think it's a great ball, even though I just personally didn't get along with it. Widowmania is amazing. Okay. Hammer Effect Tour, it again is one of those, it's kind of like the Tour Dynamics where it I have seen extra Effect Tours cracking for some reason, but it doesn't seem like they crack all the way. Yeah, they crack in the finger. They crack in kind of they crack between the bridge or whatever else, or they kind of crack out around fingers or something, but it's not ever, I don't ever see any critical cracks. It's just a lot of bridges for whatever reason. But bridge cracks are, and this is just, we were talking about this the other day. If your bridge cracks, that's like perfect because it relieves the stress on the ball and the finger holes arrest the holes, and so it won't crack. If your bridge cracks, the rest of the ball will not crack, which is perfect. So yeah, Effect Tour is really good, but it's, for me, it was very much like the Tour Dynamics. It really strong, really controllable with surface on it, but it doesn't hold surface for long, and then it gets pretty clean and flippy. But yeah, the cover wasn't strong enough for me, so I didn't like it. But I don't think it's, I'm not gonna, I definitely can't put the Effect Tour on the list. But yes, it shines up very quickly, and then it gets really clean and kind of weakish, and so that's it. Just a 7-pin machine for me in League. But yes, it is good shiny. I think I would really like it right-handed. Arctic Vibe, I think, has a lot of enough fans. I would personally put it on the list, but I would not argue with someone saying it needs to stay off the list. So just putting that out there. I would almost golden buzzer the original Effect the opposite direction. I would golden buzzer that thing onto the list. It looks so good, but it was so bad for me. There's a lot of stuff that I film for, and that it looks good in the review, and then it looks bad after that. And sometimes it's kind of like, well, I can't exactly go back and redo the review. If it looks good, it looks good. This ball looked like mega dog shit in the review. I could barely make it work. And then after that, I tried, and it was even worse after the review than it was in the review. But it looks sexy. It's a great name. I knew people were going to like this ball. I knew it was going to be popular. I knew it was going to be successful. So if I just dump truck on it, I would really like to see Tobias, because he likes forward stuff. I would love to see him throw this. I think he would love it. And so that's when it comes down to, again, going back to what I was talking about 3.5 hours ago about reviewing stuff. And it's like, okay, what is the definition of bad? And how, even though I hate this ball and can tell people, yes, it's clean, it's really strong, it's really flippy, it's really forward, does not work for me at all. I don't want to talk somebody out of what could be an amazing ball for them. And the Hammer Effect, I think, is the prime example of why reviewers should not do good or bad. Because I would have, if I was in that mindset, I would have called this ball bad. I said, yeah, it's a hook stop machine. It hooks a ton. It's really sharp on the back end, and it goes forward. This one's just bad. I would have potentially talked a lot of people out of buying a ball that was amazing for them. And I have to keep that in my mind when I'm thinking about drilling a ball, or when I'm thinking about reviewing a ball. I always have to go into it with the mindset that people trust what I say, and I don't want to talk them into something that's going to suck for them, but I also don't want to talk them out of something that would be amazing for them. And so that's why I've kind of landed where I'm at on these kind of boring reviews where I just describe what the ball does. And, if obviously, in the case of the Zero Mercy Pearl, where it really sucks for Angel up front, but then she gets really happy about it after she puts surface on it, some of that's hard to hide. And some of it, and the other thing is too, if people generally develop a relationship with what I see and what they see, they say, well, every time he really likes a ball, I really like it too. So then opinion does matter. It is a factor. And so I do have to say, yeah, this one doesn't quite match up for me because it's this or that. But I really like this one personally because it does this and that. You have to link it to the reaction attributes that make it work for you. So opinion still does matter. It is still important. But at the same time, you have to frame it in such a way where you're saying, this is my personal feelings about how this ball reacts for me or matches up with my game specifically. Hammerhead's not a stronger phase 2. They're very similar strength. It's just the phase 2 is a little more defined and kind of directional. The Hammerhead is still kind of archy and slightly directional, but it's more continuous. The phase 2, if you get at the back of it, it will hook stop. It will stop and go forward. The Hammerhead will go forward-ish, but it won't stop. So, but anyway, I can't put the Effect on the list. I think that there's a lot of people that did hate this ball, but there's significantly more that loved it. Speaking of surface, where do you stand on ovens? I'm a bigger fan of the detox machine, because the ovens can kind of heat the ball up and it takes a lot longer to kind of sweat the oil out versus the detox, where it keeps the ball in water. So it keeps moisture around the ball and the oil is actually extracted by the ultrasound. So it's a quicker process. It's more efficient. It's significantly easier on the ball. But as long as you have an oven and you don't get it too hot, then, you know, and you can bleed some of the oil. Bleeding some of the oil out is better than not bleeding any of it out. But manufacturers also have tolerances as far as where the warranties are voided at. I think Motive goes up to 140 and Storm and Brunswick stuff is 125. So if you don't, so you can void the warranty by going too warm on stuff. So we'll leave I saw enough positive about the Arctic to leave that off the list. I can't put the Effect on the list, even though that's the worst ball of, I just going ahead and call that the worst ball of this year too. For me, I still got PTSD. The Black Pearl's amazing. Move on from that. The 3.0 was really good. This is still selling a lot. I mean, the 3.0, despite coming out last January, is still popular. There's still people buying this ball. So, yeah, and that's interesting. I've learned far more about ball motion from your channel than any other channel, but we have completely different eyes and games. I.e., I love the Effect and Arctic, but I don't like the GB5 Pearl. That's really interesting. But that, again, that just kind of drives home the value about describing the ball reaction and saying, okay, if you get around the ball more, you're going to like more forward stuff. So, you know, people, I said this in a recent review. I said, people always act like continuous is good and forward is bad. So when you say a ball reaction goes forward, people imagine like hook stop or hook puke or whatever else. It's like, not if you really get around the ball. If you really get around the ball, continuous stuff sucks for you because it just picks up and turns sideways and drives by 9 pins and all kinds of other stuff. So forward is not a bad word by any stretch of the imagination. New Blue, I'm on the fence about this one because it just didn't end up being what it was supposed to be. It was very it was very Purple Hammer-ish at 500 grit, you know, a more resin look, a little cleaner, a little sharper, but it shined up very quickly. And then it was a reactive ball. After that, it was very clean and sharp, extremely sharp and responsive, quite a lot stronger. With surface, it acted like it was supposed to. With shine, it was a completely different ball, and it just shined up way too quick. So I would not argue with putting that on the list, but that's in a weird place for me because I don't think it's a bad ball. It's just not what it's supposed to be, but that would also kind of make it a bad ball to a certain degree. It's kind of like Ethos Solid territory. If you just let it be what it is, it's an amazing ball, but it's nowhere close to what it should have been. So I don't know, how do we feel about the New Blue? I'm completely on the fence about that. I don't think the Black Widow 2.0 hybrid is great. The Ocean Vibe's great. The Purple has single-handedly broken rule, or, you know, created several different rules. The Raw Hammer Black, even those are kind of entry-level balls, the Raw Hammer Black is legit. Any ball that has a 900 can't go on the bad list. Oh, yeah, true. It was good enough to shoot 900 for AJ Rice. That is true. The Raw Hammer Black is a sneaky one. But so other than that, I don't really see. I still use the New Blue, not on the list. Yeah, and that's the thing is, it may not be what it was supposed to be, but it's not a bad ball. It might be the worst ball reaction I've seen in person. I had a friend of mine, or Trevor, that I put in the Theorem Solid and whatever else review. He shot 830 with his. I told him, I said, yeah, don't try to use this like urethane. He's like, I told him, like, you're going to want one of these. Don't try to use it like urethane. Let it shine up and throw it in league. And yeah, he shot 830 with it. So anyway, we are through. So we need to go to the list now. So, let me see if I can let me make the font bigger. Okay, up. All right. So we're going to stop sharing this screen. Let me see. Replace screen sharing. Naughty and nice list. Share. Bang. So there we go. So we've gone through all the companies. We have looked at what we would consider. Yeah, Trevor could shoot 800 with an old car battery. Yeah, we already talked about the attention star. That's a high five. US and A. Yeah, purple hammer, terrible. Every time I use it in League, it knocks all the pins down the first shot. Yeah, you're not getting your money's worth with that one. So, yeah, the attention star is really good. Does not belong in the list. So here's our list of the bad bowling balls. And so we found all the bad bowling balls on the list. I actually want to pull up some of... So I'm going to pull up some of my reviews because I've reviewed most of these. Let's see, Hypervenom. And I'll also say whether, I can also say whether or not, because I gave it a very positive, and some of these are chat picked. Some of these I didn't necessarily agree with, but I didn't know people didn't like the identity line. Yeah, the people were really annoyed at how that kind of worked out, and then they didn't really even think the balls were that great. So they were just, the whole identity thing just really rubbed people the wrong way. So Hypervenom, I definitely, so I'm gonna open some of these reviews, and we're gonna see what I had to say. So see if I'm telling the truth. I did not like the Hypervenom. Angel loved the Hypervenom. I can see why that was on the list. Yeah, it's pink. We know what that means. Hypervenom's a new Pearl Venom, replacing the Fatal Venom on the chart, or at least filling the void. I know the Fatal was very polarizing. It seemed like people either loved it or hated it, and now the Hyper is here to take its place. Out of the box, it's right on the edge of being over-under. The ball rolls so heavy, it wants to slow down so much, so I think the cover being shiny and cleaner is necessary to keep the ball reaction in the right place front to back. More surface, and it's going to be even earlier and slower, but it's a little too sensitive shiny. I had a very tight window where it was effective from. Straighter, it was much too early rolling and responsive to get it down the lane comfortably, and while there were a few nice looking shots in the third arrow zone, I had to be extremely accurate with what I was doing. If I got it out too soon, it would pick up too hard. If I tried to close my angles and keep it closer to the pocket, it would never get moving and would be flat. If I tried to slow it down and give it more time, it would hook too early, and if I was firmer with it to get it down the lane, it'd just sail and wiggle. I decided to hit it with the 2000 pad, and this ended up being a very rare occasion where knocking the shine off something actually made it worse. It made it quite a bit earlier, but somehow it was now even more sensitive than it was shiny. Blah, blah, moron. It unfortunately doesn't fit for me, so I'm going to plug it and then drill it for Angel because she likes balls in this zone. Even if I did find a situation where the ball looked better, it's one of those things where if this ball is in play, I'm already going to be using something that fits better for me. So, I don't know. That sounds pretty honest to me. That sounds like I didn't like the ball, and I said I didn't like the ball, and I spent the entire review describing how over-under it was for me. The Chill Pearl was discontinued, so we stopped at the discontinued stuff. So yeah, otherwise, I did say earlier the Chill Pearl would have been, where can I purchase a detox machine? You can only buy it from Jayhawk Bowling Supply, and they're $2,000. It's definitely not something that you're going to be able to buy like an innovative oven or anything like that. It's something that you would have to take it to a pro shop to get done. So it's unfortunate. I mean, unless you want to spend $2,000, but you'll only be able to find it at Jayhawk Bowling Supply. So, ball reviewer thing, I spent the entire review, and you can go back and watch the video too, even if you think I'm, it's like, oh, okay, well, you're just reading these things off, but we can't see your screen. It's like, well, to go watch the review then. It's public, it's out there. All the stuff that I'm saying right now is in the review, so you can go fact check it yourself. It really sounds to me like I just, trashed this ball the entire review. So Hypervenom's on the list. I gave it a negative review. Super Clutch. We did like the Super Clutch. I will say that it seems like people didn't really like it. It wasn't whatever. Don't put the new blue. Yeah, we're not putting the new blue on the list. So this was a chat vote. We had a positive review for it because it looked good for Angel. So I can tell you that right away. So it looked good. I gave it a good review. That's kind of what that is. So, and again, you can go look it up. Supra Clutch. The reaction shape is a little difficult to communicate. It's archy, slightly tumbly, very strong, but not quite heavy rolling. Generally a cleaner and sharper reaction with exceptional recovery. And I did comment, though, while it's always good to have bang for your buck type balls or balls that are significantly stronger than their price, might suggest it's also nice to have a ball do what you bought it to do. If you're buying a cleaner, lighter oil ball because you need something for drier conditions, you don't want one of those bang for your buck type of balls. This one rides the line, though, but I think it does it really well. So yeah, we were... if the higher your rev rate is, the more you're going to like this ball. It's also a cleaner option for lower speeds who typically fight to get the ball down the lane. But yeah, we had a positive review on this one because it looked good for Angel. So that kind of is what it is. Super CUDA hybrid. This is the one that let me see. Okay, we're still okay. Super CUDA hybrid. This one wasn't great, and so this one is probably. We will see. Hold my own feet to the fire here. Super CUDA review. Throwback vibes. Memory is a weird thing because I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, but yeah, so it's not super early and it's not super strong despite the surface. It's a rounder shape, fairly smooth. It's on the more continuous side, so it definitely liked the straightest zone the best. It was workable from around third arrow. While I moved inside, I just did it for the memes. It didn't want to be in there at all. I think this will be dumb good for higher rev rates, so I probably should have had Jessy drill this one. Jessy's our two-hander, but I've already been giving him all this... I've already been giving him all the smooth stuff. Personally, this one is a little weak and smooth for me to see regular use. I don't really get south of the Summit anymore. It might be a great bridge from Rattler New to Summit on tougher conditions. So yeah, I didn't really go out of my way to stomp on it, but I also did very clearly say in here, it didn't want to get very deep. It'll be better for higher rev rates. Personally, this one's a little too weak and smooth for me to see regular use. So I didn't go out of my way to dump on it, but I also told you what I thought at the same time. So we're kind of on that line. I probably, if I'm being honest, I probably should have said, there's other options I probably should have said, this is great nostalgia stuff. So if you want to be reminded of the Super CUDA, but if you want this type of a ball reaction, there's other better options on the market. So yeah, I think the Super's a hybrid, actually, believe it or not. Or no, what the Supra Clutch is what we were talking about. Well, or Super CUDA. I think I would have to look it up. It looks hybrid. So let me Columbia Bowling. That's what because this blue sparkle. Yeah, it's hybrid. That's the thing. I thought it was solid too, but it's actually a hybrid because the blue sparkle is pearl. So yeah, believe it or not, it was actually that's what got me too, because I thought it was going to be a solid at first too, but it's actually a hybrid. So okay. So again, QAQCing myself, I should have probably been a little bit more critical of the Super CUDA because. It's a nostalgia ball is what it is mostly. if you want something to do super CUDA things, there are better options on the market. So that one, I'll take the L. I'll take the L on that one. Torpedo direct hit, I didn't review it. I think I would have liked it though. I wish I would have gotten that one, because I think I would have argued for it as, it's like, look, this is what this ball is supposed to be, and nobody's paying attention to that. Everybody's saying this or that or whatever else. Let me show you what this ball was designed for and what it will do. Torpedo direct hit. So I didn't have that one. Didn't have the Cipher of Pearl, and unfortunately I really wanted that one. We did give the Infinity Quest a positive review because it looked really good for Angel. So you can go watch that review and then tell me, it's like, yeah, it sucks for everybody else, but if you watch the review of Angel throwing it, it looks amazing for her. And so how am I supposed to, I can't just say, well, it looks good for us, but it doesn't look good for so-and-so and whatever else. It's our review. So you still have to kind of stay in your own lane. But I think I don't know if I referenced that or not, but it looked really good for Angel. You can go look at the review, you can go watch the review, turn the sound off and say, okay, yeah, I get this one. So, let me see, Infinity Quest. But I think I did maybe reference, whoops. Nope, didn't want that. Infinity Quest review. Heavy rolling, slightly chuggy, tumbly, arcy, and climby reaction. Combat doesn't lean too far one way or the other. Strong, it's smooth enough to go straighter with, strong and punchy enough to move in with. Packy made the point that it's clean enough to get you through higher friction heads and older lane surfaces, but still be able to chew through some volume. Pretty strong ball, but I think higher rev, lower speed combos will be about the only group that doesn't get along with this ball. Yeah, I generally, once again, I'll protest against grading something, but you can't look at this reaction and tell me it's anything less than an A. So if you think I'm just another ball reviewer hyping everything up and giving A's out like I'm Oprah to move product, you have your own eyeballs, and this ball is just a beast. There's no way around it. Being honest also means I'm going to say good stuff. Say stuff is good too. Honesty isn't just relegated to when something sucks. But I think that we ended up having this was kind of a rare kind of review. So don't be doing my level dirty. Yeah. Yeah, and the torpedo direct hit, again, I think if you use it the way it's supposed to be used and you understand what that ball actually is, I think it's pretty good.
So is this turned into like 20 different streams now?
No, it's the same. We're still on the same topic. It is what it is. The Ethos Solid, I do remember dump trucking that one. I made 2 videos for that because it was really not good the first time I threw it. And you can't, there's some stuff you just can't talk your way out of. That was a ball that, even though I ended up liking it and understood what it was, there's no way I can talk myself out of it. It's like you're watching what's happening, and there's no way I can, even somebody that was trying to hype something up or lie about it or whatever, there's no way to make that work. I expected smooth, but I didn't expect quite this smooth in addition to this weak. I'm not sure I've ever filmed a review for a reactive ball where I didn't move inside. And I'm going to apologize for the camera angle because I spent nearly the rest of the video in the 10-to-5 zone. I don't ever intend to spend much time there, so I position the camera as straight up the lane as I can. But even for the weaker and smoother stuff, I still feel like I could move in and give it 17-to-6 a shot, even if for the memes, but I didn't even attempt it with this one. I already had to slow it down and rev it up from 14-to-6. Several marginal shots I expected to try harder to get back up the hill, so at first I was really on the fence. I wasn't throwing it great or doing the ball any favors, but it really wasn't helping me out, and that's especially surprising in a place where I can make literally any other reactive ball I throw work from. That's why I start 14-to-6. I know it's right in the middle. I can always at least make something happen from 14-to-6, and this ball just really did not want to be there. And I did have a pros and cons section back then. And for the cons, it's really slow and also pretty weak. I don't think you expect a ball that looks like this on paper to end up looking like this on the lane. On paper, it looks like a GB5 or stealth mode or hammerhead type of ball, and it's absolutely not. It's once again much more like an earlier and smoother teal rhino. As long as you know what you're buying, you'll be fine. But if you don't, I think you're going to be unpleasantly surprised. Also, while it can be a house shot ball, I'm going to give it a look at least. It's going to be more niche and situational. It's just not a plug and play ball from Third Arrow for everyone. So I'd say again, you know, it wasn't a great ball. And I said so. I even did another video to try to reframe it a little bit because I thought that it was good, just not for what everybody thought it was going to be for. So I don't need to go through and read all of these because it's all kind of the same. If the ball is on this list, most of the balls on this list, I know that the Zen 25 was kind of up and down. We've already done this long enough. You can go watch all these videos yourself and see what I said about this stuff. But I can tell you right now that I can tell you the ones that were positive for the IQ 78. I think I was trying to be nice to it, but the Origin EX, I again tried to. It's like you got to know what you're buying here. If you think you're just getting a solid Origin, that's absolutely not what this ball is. The level kind of generally looked good for Zach. I think the Phase AI we were kind of on the fence on. The High Road 40 looked good for Zach. The Apex Pearl, I think I made sure to say, hey, this is kind of weaker than I expected it to be, and it's not really that fast on the back end. Phase AI, we're on the fence. So yeah, I think we made it to 4 hours. I've been talking for 4 hours. My voice definitely feels it. Yeah, that's a good point on the TDH there. So anyway, I think the point that I kind of wanted to prove is that even though these are the bad balls on the market. Yeah, and that's an incredibly fair point. So let's talk about that. Reviews of a ball fresh out of the box does not help tell the whole story. I used to do, when I was with Storm, I used to do report card videos where I'd wait for 3 months later, I'd put out a report card and say, okay, so we have the initial review, but then how did this end up? Did it end up being a good ball? Did people actually like it? Did it end up, are we still throwing it or whatever? So we tried to give kind of a recap. I'm too busy to do any of that now. So I did a couple streams last year where I just like every 6 months, I'm kind of like, we're just doing a report card stream. And sorry, it's going to be long, but I can't make individual videos for all this stuff. But reviews of a ball fresh out of the box, you can give people an idea what to expect out of the ball when they first drill it. And then we normally bowl 3 to 5 games so that we can get a couple games on the ball at least. I mean, I don't really like the whole, well, I'm just going to bowl a game with it, or I'm going to throw it for 10 shots and give you a review. I don't think that really constitutes enough. And even again, 3 to 5 games out of the box doesn't even really get it done, because then it's like, okay, we're on a testing pattern and I can kind of give you my best idea what to expect for you right out of the box. But as far as how much I'm going to use it in tournaments, how much I'm going to use it in a league, it takes to actually properly review a ball, it would take probably a month, and getting it out to league and getting it out to tournaments and all this extra stuff that you can't exactly set up. So reviews to begin with are going to be inherently flawed just due to that. And reviews of anything, really. It's not like reviewing a movie where you have the entirety of the movie that you can sit down and watch. That's something like this. It takes a bit of time in different situations and whatever else to review, but nobody cares about a ball review. I mean, it's like we don't get the Storm stuff as early as everybody else does. And so even 2 weeks later, if we're putting up a review 2 weeks after the fact, nobody cares anymore. So there are definite issues with everything across the board. And this is unfortunately kind of the best that we can do. And again, so that's the other problem is like, oh, these reviewers are just trying to push stuff. It's like, well, if I go out and I have a filming session, something looks good, I can tell you in the review it looks good. But I mean, we should both understand that it's like, yeah, I went out and bowled 3 or 4 games on our testing pattern, and I gave you my feedback from that practice session or that kind of testing session. And again, I have a very long history in testing and inspection and whatever else. And so I have a better idea what to look for. I do have a long history now with reviewing a lot of balls and kind of seeing where they start. So I notice some things to kind of help get you in a better spot for as far as longevity or give you a little bit better idea sometimes. But at the same time, it's still, I mean, this is an extremely fair point. There's just no way around it. But I think what the ultimate point is here is that we've got some balls on this list, and I think everybody in the chat would look at. Charmaine said the Zen was good for her, and I can go down through the Hypervenom looks disgusting for Angel, acts like disgusting good. It looked disgusting for me. I think I even said in the review it went from it looked disgusting for me, but it looks disgusting for her. The Super Clutch looked good for her. There were a lot of people the Super CUDA Power Core were good for. I have seen some good Torpedo Direct hits. I have had a handful of people tell me they like the Cypher. The Infinity Quest looks great for Angel. The Ethos Solid, which you understand what it is, it looks great. And I think that there's so on and so forth. The Zen 25 has somehow looked good for a few people. Again, the Origin EX. Somebody was saying Ryan Barnes, loves his Origin EX. This is something Spencer Robard should love that ball too. The 78, I don't see how anybody could like that ball. They throw it because they have to. That might be the only ball on this list where it's like, yeah, it's dog shit. If I could throw the black hammer, I actually would. There's some people that like the level. Nick Brown was in here. There's some people that like the identities. Everybody was kind of on the fence about the Phase AI. Same about the High Road 40. There are people that like the Apex Pearl and the Craze Solid. I don't actually think the Craze Solid is a bad ball. It's just not as good as other options kind of in similar territory. It's a hustle camo, which is good, but it just, it is what it is. And there's a lot of balls that aren't on this list that I think some people in the chat would have put on this list. So last I heard, Bolts like the Zen 20, he's the only person. Out of the box doesn't mean much. I threw 300 with my Criterion Solid on like the 3rd or 4th game with it. Then just every time since then, it doesn't look good. And I go to the Black Widow 3.0 instead. I've had that happen several times with, again, the original Zen. If you go back and watch I was just gushing about the Zen. It's like, oh my God, I finally decided to get one. It's just amazing. It's everything that everybody said it would be. I went big on the production for the video and everything like that. And then it was dog shit. Everything I did, and I mentioned this earlier, everything was it was dog shit after that. It never looked good in league, didn't look good at tournaments. So I drilled another one. That one sucked. I plugged and re-drilled it and did a different layout. That sucked too. And so I do have that sometimes where a ball looks amazing in a review and then it just completely disappoints me after that. And that's supposed to be the point of the report cards. And I am really trying to get back to that stuff. It's just I've been literally going full tilt for a solid week and a half, and I still have like 6 or 7 more videos to make because I'm still trying to get to. We have our Positive Tales fundraiser that's coming up, and we've had those jerseys for 2 solid months, and I haven't been able to get to that yet. I haven't been able to get to. I've been trying to get to this stream for 3 solid weeks now. I've been trying to get to the Epic Shoes review. I've had that written for 2 or 3 weeks now, and I just haven't had time to do it. And so I'm trying to fit report cards back in because I think that the report cards are more important than the reviews. I think it's more important to have that check-in period 3 to 6 months down the road to get to kind of complete the review. The review is just kind of an initial look. It's like the teaser or just kind of the initial impressions. The report card is like the one that should matter. And you don't find things out like that. It's like, some balls, they lane shine and they get really great, or some balls, whatever else. There's inherent flaws with the way that things are done here. But at the same time, everybody that's saying, oh gosh, if I could review balls, I'd be honest and I'd tell everybody the truth. Yeah, there's some screwy reviewers there's some screwy reviewers out there. Holy crap. But then there's even some ones that are honest that I just don't really like how they do things. And I don't want to call anybody. I have an example I'm thinking about, but I don't want to call anybody out because I think that they do a really good job. In general, I just don't like the way that they do things. Because the whole good bad thing and just throwing a ball for 10 shots or something, they're throwing something for a game. The game score is completely irrelevant. And if you're using a good bad scale, oh yeah, we shot 224 with this on our house pattern, so it's a great ball. And so, I mean, just because somebody's being honest doesn't mean that they have any clue what they're talking about. And there's sometimes where I'm going to have some opinions that don't jive one way or the other. Like Angel's Infinity Quest looks disgusting, but it just looks bad for most other people. There's no real way around that. So, and then again, having the contrast between us, the Hypervenom is terrible for me, and then it's amazing for her. And so it's like, well, what am I supposed to do with that realistically? So the whole point of this stream was basically pointing out, okay, so when something reacts good, I say it reacts good, or not even that. I try to just describe the ball reaction, but in describing the ball reaction, you can see negative, like the Hypervenom. I'm not going out of my way to say this ball is bad. I'm just saying I did this, the ball did this, and this is what it is. And if something has positive reaction, it's like, yeah, this ball is actually it's very versatile. It lets, stealth mode. I can actually play, it's a symmetric solid, but it actually gets back from deeper angles where this ball won't, or this ball doesn't want to. And so, it is kind of a mixed bag. It just is what it is. But at the same time, when you hear people, it's like, well, if I was a ball reviewer, I would just be honest with everybody and I would tell the truth, and I wouldn't do it like all these other content creators that are just trying to sell you stuff to make money for the manufacturers. And I've said this before, but it's like, I don't give a shit if you buy anything. That doesn't help me. Watch the videos. The needle doesn't move for me one way or the other if you buy anything or not. Like, I don't care. Pro shops are the ones trying to get your money. They depend on the online shops, and pro shops actually need you to purchase equipment. Them and the manufacturers need you to purchase equipment to stay in business. And I don't need, and somebody like ZVL does a great job with the information. He doesn't post a whole lot of reviews, but he posts a lot of informational stuff. So you don't even need the balls to review to make a channel work. And he's the shining example of that. He gives information to everybody. He tells you he does the preview videos and when stuff gets discontinued. He does other kind of lists and stuff, and Arsenal rankings and whatever else. And I like his stuff. But there's not any but about his content, but it's just, that's just kind of the thing is, that's why I have ADD, because I was going somewhere with that, and then I just completely forgot where I was going. But no, it's just to say that, so he's got a channel that is on the way up, and he's growing very quickly. He gets a bunch of views on everything. And so that his channel is the proof that the needle doesn't matter. Having the balls to review, again, his channel is perfectly fine, and he's had a lot of success and has a pretty big following. He's getting lots of traffic without the bowling balls to review. I think he got a new deal with bowling.com or something like that. So he's going to have some reviews coming up. But my point is that we don't care whether you buy the ball or not. It doesn't move the needle. It doesn't do anything for us. And even if when I left staff with Storm, I wasn't terribly considered. It's like, okay, well, what's a ball review channel going to do without balls to review? And it's kind of like, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't need the balls to to have success as a channel. I can go back to just doing preview videos and doing more kind of informational videos and stuff like Zach does. So yeah, when people always say, "Oh, you're just trying to sell stuff for the manufacturers," it's like, well, if you talk bad about balls, they won't keep sending you stuff to review, and it's like, well, hurt me bad, right? That saved me a lot of time, and that's something that Zach already knows. But there's significantly more work and effort that goes into a ball review than just writing a preview or saying, "Hey, these balls got discontinued" or whatever else. Ball reviews are significantly more work, and they really don't. I'd almost rather just kind of go back to doing that, because the ball reviews are a lot of work. Writing a preview video where something got discontinued or whatever, those are the kind of simple, easy ones. The informational stuff's a lot easier to kind of put up there. So just some context. And from, there's 100 different balls currently on the market right now, and we only found a small handful of stuff across the board. And I think that even then, even saying, okay, this is our list of bad balls, every ball on this list somebody likes. Somebody's like, "Oh my God, how could you put that ball on the list? That ball's amazing." And so it's like, okay, if I call that ball bad in a review, then somebody's not going to buy it. And it might be amazing for them. So how can I just say, okay, well, it's not good for me, so I'm going to say that it sucks or that it's bad? So anyway, I could ramble about this indefinitely. This has been a great stream. I'm glad y'all hung out. I hope you learned something. I learned some things. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate it. Bowling has a problem where people who become staffers or start getting balls feel like they have to say overly nice things about them. I don't know why. I think it's in the culture now. Yeah, I've said this exact same, or basically this exact same things. I don't know where staffers get the idea that you see everybody just kind of, they become a staffer, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, this ball's it's a must have. It's all, I threw it in league last night and I shot 723. And so it's going to be a staple in my bag and whatever else. And it's like, nobody tells them they have to say that. Matter of fact, a lot of the, they say, "Oh, the storm just told you guys what to say." And I'm like, no, they never said. They actually told us not to say stuff like that. They said, be more honest and authentic. Not everybody's going to like every ball, and it's okay to say that. I literally told that on staff shows before. So, I mean, they actively told people not to do that, and people still did it anyway because they just thought that they saw everybody else doing it. So they just kind of thought that's what they had to do. And it's like, no, because it sounds stupid. So, yeah, buy 2 of this ball without being told that. Yeah. So, yeah, Chat GPT, Sora AI ball review channels. I still have to put up my evil eye Chat GPT review. That's actually, it's kind of cool and kind of disturbing all at the same time. So, yeah, I think I will let everybody, I'm kind of hungry and my voice is starting to, throat's getting a little scratchy. So I hope everybody understood what the point of this was. And so again, it is kind of a troll stream, but not at the same time. There was a point. I hope everybody that watches this kind of understands what that point is, kind of on the back end of here. I don't expect everybody to watch the entire, I don't expect everybody to get it or watch the entire 4.5 hour stream, but it just kind of is what it is sometimes. So thanks everybody for watching. I could monologue and pontificate for another hour or two until my voice just actually stops working. So I might have something else in this general, I do have something else coming in this general direction, talking about where ball technology can go, where it can't go, where whatever else, and just the consumer side of what what manufacturers and content creators are kind of stuck in the loop of. You got to be louder and bolder than everybody else just to get noticed. You can make the best video or the best bowling balls or whatever else out there, but if nobody clicks on it, then it doesn't really matter. And so you've got to get on your soapbox and shout. It's just, the problem is that you almost have to use clickbait You just have to then deliver on the clickbait. If you say, oh, this is the best tier list you've ever seen, you better make the best tier list that somebody's ever seen. You know, if you say, oh my God, this is the strongest ball on the market, well, I could have put that. I didn't want to, but I could have put that in the Zero Mercy Solid title, and I wouldn't have been lying. It is the strongest ball on the market. So, but it also kind of sours people seeing that stuff all the time. It's like people, the ball of the year has been, and I've used it a couple times this year in titles, Raptor Rain review. I can think of just right off the top of my head. I have used it in titles, but everybody's kind of like, gosh, if I see ball of the year anymore, I just don't even want to pay any attention. It just turns people off. So we have to find a middle ground of how can we get people to pay attention without numbing them to all this marketing overhype crap nonsense. And we'll have to see what happens with the phase 2 Pearl, but I think that that's like the prime example of just doing it wrong. But again, people are going to be mad about it, but that ball is going to sell. It's going to sell a ton. Even if the ball sucks and everybody hated the marketing angles, it's going to sell. And people are going to feel catfished again, but it's like, how many times does this keep happening and you keep falling for it anyway? Like I showed with the Darren Tang thing with his Viking title, and he even changed the title, but it's still stupid. You can't even tell. It says the most futuristic bowling ball in the world, and you can't even see the ball or what it is, and he's just kind of holding something. And then now it's like this futuristic bowling ball is weird or something like that. But it's like, you want to talk about mega complete, absolute over the top clickbait, and people clicked on it, and then it's just a Viking review. The most hybrid bowling ball that ever was a hybrid. Yeah. But if you go look up Darren's video for the Viking, it says you have nothing that says it's a Viking review whatsoever. It's this futuristic bowling ball is weird, or it's the most futuristic bowling ball in the world. And then you click on it thinking that, oh, well, maybe this is because they do have remote controlled bowling balls and stuff, or they have like balls with handles for people that are in wheelchairs, stuff like that. So they do have some special bowling. If you go into that video thinking, oh, wow, maybe this is some kind of remote control thing or whatever else, and it's just a Viking review. But everybody fell for it anyway. And they clicked on it, and it's probably got 50,000 views now or something. And it's like, okay, well, when everybody else starts using clickbait and you get mad at it, they're doing it because you clicked on that shit. So you can't really blame somebody. It's like, I'm kind of losing here because I put a bunch of boring titles on stuff because I don't want to do clickbait, but I'm losing to shit like that because I don't do clickbait. And that's the kind of thing you got to find a way to navigate that. And I do kind of have my own space created, but at the same time, it's a problem. So anyway, that's it. Talked enough. Thanks, Ed, for being here. Haven't seen a ball I'd be good with. Remote control bowling ball. Yeah. Viking I know. Go find Darren's video. The one that talks about the futuristic bowling ball is just a Viking review. And again, I don't know if it's a good video or a bad video. I don't have any beef with Darren. I don't want to start any beef with Darren because he's a whole lot more successful and charismatic than I am. I'm just saying that, and I'm not, he may not even want to do that himself. He just knows that you kind of have to. So I'm not throwing shade at him, so to speak. I'm saying that's the kind of stuff that we have to do to get people to click on videos. So yeah, it just, thumbnails and titles are just to get people to click on the video. The problem is that you then have to deliver on the video, and Darren's such a big personality. He's such a kind of a fun personality. He's so good on camera that I think he holds people there, and they at least get what they want out of the video. If somebody posts clickbait and then the video sucks, it's kind of like, then you're mad. But if it's like, oh, okay, well, this is just a Viking review, but then I'll stick around and watch it, and then it's a good review, it's like, I'm annoyed, but whatever. So anyway, all right, I'm out of here. Thanks, y'all. This was a great stream. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I hope everybody understood what the point of it was. I've got more stuff coming. And hopefully I can get back to doing report cards because I think it is important. I think I need to make that an actual priority because that would go a long way towards doing my part to make sure that people could trust reviews more. So I think that there is something in here to be helpful for everybody. So thanks everybody. We will see y'all